Hi, Stuart Hillard here, and I'm super excited to launch my brand new fabric range this Friday here on Sewing Street. It's called Blue Skies and Nutmeg. So this brand new range features chickens and vintage florals, yarn-dyed plaids and checks, and also some gorgeous stripes. It's perfect for children's wear, for adult wear, dressmaking, home dec. Brilliant for making bags. I've got a few different examples here. And then of course, perfect for making a quilt or two for your home as well. Make sure you join me this Friday here on Sewing Street for the brand new launch of my brand new range, Blue Skies and Nutmeg. Hello my lovely friends, welcome to Sewing Street. It's National Bikini Day. I am. Are you? Welcome to the show. We've got a fabulous day up ahead. Let's start, as we always do, with that early birds. Where are the birds? There they, let them fly free. Feed the birds, twopence a bag. That was a bargain. This is a bargain. Love this. Our early bird today is something my father-in-law were talking about very, very recently. Wool pressing mats. Everybody loves a wool pressing mat. This is something a few years ago I think most of us hadn't even heard of, and now they're an absolute buzz. Whether you're a quilter, whether you're a dressmaker, whether you do home dec, a wool pressing mat is where it's at. This is from Millwood. Lovely and thick. Lovely and firm. Got my finished one right here. Lovely and firm and thick. What this provides you with is a really firm flat surface to press on. That gets your patchwork flatter, crisper, neater. When you're doing dressmaking, collars, cuffs, hems, flatter, firmer, crisper. It's also brilliant when you're doing turned edge applique and you're ironing or pressing the turn under allowance of your appliques over. Again, this flat, firm surface will give you the best finish. The other thing about wool is it retains the heat beautifully. So as you're ironing, it's actually keeping warm. So you're getting heat from the back and from the top. Good morning, says Carolyn, Stuart and the team. You can't beat a wool pressing mat. Best results ever. Have a great day, folks. Thank you, my darling. You have a great day too. It's true, they are absolutely brilliant. The other thing as well, if you're using vinyl and you want to get the creases out of vinyl or plastic, you iron your wool pressing mat and then lay your vinyl on top and flatten it out on top of the warm mat. Hey, at the moment it's £24.99, which is a brilliant price. I think my original wool pressing mat cost me about 50 quid. However, you're going to make a saving today because it's our early bird. Ben, do it for me. Do it for me. They sell out though. Be quick, be quick, be quick. You're paying under £20 for this. It's £19.99. It's £30 less than I paid for my first wool pressing mat. As soon as we came in this morning, we saw the early bird. I was like, yes, love it when it's something we really need and want. And also something that is to some extent a consumable. I've replaced my wool pressing mat a couple of times now. I mean, in fairness, it does get an absolute beasting from me. I use my pressing mats awfully hard and awfully regularly, but they do need replacing over time. So if you've already got a wool pressing mat, you already know how fabulous they are. For under £20. For under £20, great opportunity to get one in stock. Or if you know somebody who's always wanted one, now's the time. Brilliant. Now, a little message. Morning, Stuart. Looking forward to a lovely day with you, Adam, and a bit of hand sewing from Tracy on the Isle of Wight. Give my regards to the Isle of Wight, please. Thank you, Tracy. Yeah, we have got Adam Brooks here. We've already been having a good old gossip. I tell you, he's a force of nature, that man. Now remember, when you buy your early bird, you've opened your shopping basket, you've paid your £3.95 postage. That means for the rest of the day, whether you buy a bundle of fabrics or a pack of needles or some calico, it's back in stock of course, some wadding, a sewing machine, you've already paid your postage for the entire day. Just if you check out multiple times throughout the day, just remember to combine your basket, and then at midnight tonight, all of your baskets will be combined and you'll just pay £3.95 postage for the whole day. Brilliant, brilliant deal. Our wool pressing mat. Now, size-wise, this is 11.5 inches by 16.5 inches. So this is the largest one that we do. It's a really good practical size for things like patchwork and quilting when you're pressing your blocks, you're pressing your units. And remember, and we say this often with both patchwork and dressmaking, that one of the absolute keys to success is pressing. It's often overlooked. We talk a lot about cutting, talk a lot about your seam allowance and things like that. But one of the best things you can do to get a better finish for anything you sew is to press it well, and your wool pressing mat is going to really do it for you. Press it real good. Really good. I love this early bird. So many of you going for it. So many of you going for it. Don't forget to check out your baskets, because we always sell out of the wool pressing mat. All right, let's do our menu and see what's coming up on today's show. There we go. So we're starting off with one of my absolute favourite ranges of fabric right now. It's the Sun, the Moon and the Stars collection from Jason Yenter. We're selling fabrics in bundles and by the half metre, but I need to let you know some of those fabrics are already close to sellouts. Adam Brooks is here, woohoo! At 9 o'clock with Sew Over It Eve dress. It is classic, wearable, gorgeous. We've also got some fabulous fabric bundles to go with that. Now at 10 o'clock we're keeping that dressmaking theme going. We've a plethora of beautiful dressmaking fabrics and essential supplies too. So if you're feeling inspired and you want to get down to some dressmaking, that 10 o'clock show is a great place to shop and get some fabrics for your stash and some great tools. Now at 11 o'clock, Adam is back with the Ilford jacket, a beautiful gender neutral piece, so it can be worn by men or women. It's really stylish, really flattering, love it. Great wardrobe essential. At 12 o'clock, we've got sewing machines and accessories, including, let me just tell you, that we've got loads of Elna feet on the show, including the holy grail of sewing machine feet, the invisible zipper foot. I get asked for this so many times. Can I get an invisible zipper foot for this machine? Today's the day. If you want to, jump online, jump to our website, get your invisible zipper foot. No standard sewing machine comes with one, so if you want to grab it, grab it. Also in that hour, we have got one embroidery machine as well, just the one, and literally just the one in stock, one machine. So if you want an embroidery machine, is it our lovely brother? It's our brother embroidery machine. If you've been waiting for that, we've literally got the one, just the one. All right, great. We're going to get started. Now, before we launch into Jason Yenter, I just wanted to give you a quick sneak peek. Come with me. Come with me. So my brand new fabric collection, Blue Skies and Nutmeg, launches this Friday. I'm on with John. I'm super excited. This is it. It's been a long time coming, and it's really been inspired. I'm just going to pop my little messenger. It's been inspired by my time on the farm, really, and that sort of country life and getting back to, you know, just a bit more of a relaxed, more timeless kind of, you know, gentle out in the fields, in the open air, soft, gentle, restful colours, yarn dyed plaids and stripes, fabrics that are easy to live with, those lovely vintage florals. So Deputy Joan and I have made this quilt together, which is my garden maze pattern, which I'm thrilled with how it's turned out. Just think it's so soft and gentle. Also couldn't resist doing some dressmaking. Got some lovely children's wear, some gorgeous little pinafore dresses, and this one right here. So lovely little dungarees, a little check shirt and a bucket hat as well. And of course, as I said at the start, my messenger bag as well. So this is all coming up on Friday at 8 a.m. 9 a.m. 9 a.m. tonight. Oh, I get a lion. Lovely. I won't. I'll be too excited. So that's at 9 a.m. with John and me on Friday. So I hope you'll join us for that. Anyway, back to Jason Yenter. So last week, I think it was, or just slightly before, I launched this new range of fabric from Jason Yenter, the Sun, Moon and Stars, and everyone was just loving it because it's something a little bit different. And I've got a mega bundle of fabrics. Now, we just want to be clear from the offset, we don't have that extra wide border. That has completely gone. That was in the kit and that was all we ever had. But we have all of the other fabrics within that quilt. It's a beautiful, beautiful range. This is a mega bundle. I've only got 11 left. We started with a lot more than that this morning. It's already been selling. So I'm going to just open these out a little bit so you can see a little more. So we've got this beautiful, the whole point behind this range is kind of in the night garden, the flowers, the insects, the moths, the dragonflies, the sun, the moon, the stars. It's got a wonderful, almost medieval woodblock look to some of the prints, some gold over printing. It's a little bit sort of natural magic, a little bit in the woods and herbal, and do you know what I mean? That lovely sort of esoteric look as well. Love this. But I mean, equally, this one here with the moons and the stars, this would be gorgeous in Christmas projects, for example. Wonderful, wonderful print, this one. Now I know I said that the big Sun, Moon and Stars border print sold out, but if that border print had never existed, if this had been the large scale print, I'd have used this for the border and this would have looked fabulous, wouldn't it? You know, it's absolutely gorgeous. So there's lots of beautiful prints in this range. We've also got this dragonfly in gold and stars. Oh, you're going to like this next one. So this one, which is almost like gold dust, isn't it? Fabulous. This is all one mega bundle. Look at this one. This again would make a fabulous border design. You've got fungi and you've got butterflies and moths, little mushrooms, ferns. You've got that beautiful sun face there as well. And yeah, make a great border. The stars and moons on black, beautiful. Lovely for dressmaking as well, some of these too. This is one of my favourite prints. This is like illustrations from a botanical book, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. And you've got the dragonflies and moths there as well. My lovely friend Linda Seward is a real expert on both moths and fungi and often posts pictures of her finds in the woods. I love it. Some of the names of the mushrooms, they're all kind of stinky this or slimy that. Chicken of the woods. Chicken of the woods. That's a beautiful print too, isn't it? So again, so esoteric. So, you know, there's astrology symbols and star constellations and kind of wood blocks. It's just awesome. Love it. Now, literally, I have got a handful of these. This is your bundle. You've got 12 half meters here. 6 meters of fabric. You're getting half a meter for free as well. And I love that colour palette too. Yes, there's a lot of black, and it's not a super intense black. It's and it's not a charcoal either, really. It is black, but it's not that kind of black you could fall into. Do you know what I mean? And then you've got lots of cream, lots of gold, which makes it all rich and warm. And then you've got these beautiful muted colours, the ambers, the golds, the greens. Morning, Stuart from Norfolk. It's my big 60th birthday today. Now, what can I spend my birthday pennies on? Sue in Norfolk. Well, Sue, first of all, big mwah, happy birthday to you. Happy 60th birthday. That is fabulous. And today's all about you, Sue. So whatever tickles your fancy. Whatever tickles your fancy. But I'm glad you're spending the morning with us here on Sewing Street, and I hope you have a wonderful day. Isn't this lovely? Isn't this lovely? $7.49 a half metre is already a really good price, but remember you are getting half a metre for free included in this bundle. That's a beautiful one, isn't it? There's some really gorgeous feature prints in this. That one, this is a gorgeous feature print as well. I mean, that would be lovely for dressmaking. It would be beautiful as a border on a quilt. You could also do rather fabulous fussy cutting or stack and whack. Now, we've more of these in baskets than we've actually got. Ben, how many do we have left? 9 left. So, okay, right. Way over that in baskets. Way over that in baskets. Let me show you them by the half metre. If you've got that bundle, do check out, please. Otherwise, you're going to miss out, I'm afraid. These are selling like hotcakes. Let's start with ending 3.5. We'll do some of those big prints first, because these are the ones I think that are most likely to sell out. So this is, I'll just pop my hands there so you can see the scale. So we've got the large resting moon face. That's me. Resting moon face. And love, it's really sort of in the woods, isn't it? The ferns and the moths, the mushrooms. Is this maybe a fly agaric? Is that how you pronounce it? It's that sort of fairy tale toadstool, isn't it? It is. It's very sort of, I don't know, maybe a little Wiccan as well. It's got all these different elements, hasn't it? And I love that because a lot of these things are very meaningful and significant in a lot of people's lives, and you don't often see them on fabric. We see lots of other things on fabric, but I think it's really cool. I love it. And I know that Deputy Joan loved working on the quilt, really enjoyed the fabrics. It's our producer Ben's current. Is it your favourite? Did you absolutely love the quilt that's behind me? Let me show you the next one. This ends 9/7. This one's just sold out. Well done if you got this. This is lovely. This is where it's going though. It's lovely. Well done. Well done. I've got other lovely ones. Don't worry. Don't panic. Don't panic. I've got you. I've got you. Right. This next one. Love this one. This ends 4/1. Now this I want to make bags out of. I want to make like a tablet case or cover. Laptop bag. Maybe cover a journal or a, diary would be cool. Yeah, that would be really cool, wouldn't it? A nice kind of fabric bound book, then maybe with a leather or a leather look strap over it. Yeah, very nice. And maybe a few metal brads or something like that. Vitruvian Man by Da Vinci. Yeah, it's not exactly that drawing, but it's something similar. Yeah, sort of perfect proportions. I'm about as far removed from the Vitruvian Man as it's possible to be. But I'm happy. He's happy. The constellations, the star signs, which one are you? Let's find. So this is me here. I'm Aquarius. You're Gemini, which is this one here, right, that one there. You're Taurus, which is, no, that's Aries. That's Taurus, isn't it? That one's Taurus there. What are you, Kat? Pisces, the fish. That is, we're not sure. I'm going to say it's that one there. Don't know. Pisces. I know that's Sagittarius. That's Libra. That's Cancer. That's Aries. I know most of them. Which one are you, Kat? Pisces. Is it this one here?
No, I
don't know. Don't know. Cat's a Pisces and she don't know. What hope have I got, eh? What hope have I got? Next one ending 4-2. We'll find out. We'll find out. So this is the one. Ben loves this one. Oh, okay. Just for the record, folks, this is Pisces right here. Who knew? Right, Ben's favourite, like a botanical, it's really cool. It's really cool. I'm just trying to get Facebook Live up. Here we go. Here we go. It's up now. Oh, there we go. There we go. And lots of lovely messages. I bet you thought I was ignoring you at home, didn't you? Morning to Claire, my darling. Morning, Pam. Morning, Hillary. Love my wool pressing mat. I use it all the time. They're brilliant. They're brilliant. It's our early bird today. Under £20 for the large size. Sandra says, good morning, lovely Stuart. The sun is back in Glasgow. Yay! Fed up with this wet sunshine. Yes, quite. Hilary says, oh, loving the your new fabric. Thank you. Think I might need a bit of that. But Beck says, morning, Stuart, and everyone. Morning to you, my lovely. Talking of lovely fabric, this is gorgeous, isn't it? Love the snail here with little toadstools growing on its shell. Beautiful. Yeah, you could do loads with that. Great for fussy cutting. That would be really cool for stack and whack as well. Stack it, whack it, sew it back together. Next up, another big feature print ending 5-4. This is lovely. Again, this has got that sort of mottled, slightly grungy background to it. Yeah, those kind of, and I love like Moda Grunge. You know I love Tim Holtz. So it sort of all ties in. And a lot of this fabric as well has got more of a gender neutral feel to it as well, which again, you know I absolutely love. A quillo. A quillo. Yes, this would be great for the pillowcase or the cushion cover for a quillo or for matching cushions. That would be lovely. And you could use something like this burnt rust colour for a piping, something like that. I've actually got, just want to show, look, I've got an extra wide backing fabric in that rust, which would work really well, or something like that for the backing as well. If you're making a quilt, if you need some extra wide backing, I've got that on the show this morning. We'll get to that. Okay, so that's that one. A few more, there's lots in this range. I know. The bundle's still available, but how many left? Next one I've got here is 2-1. 7 bundles left, that's all. How many in baskets? Oh wow, 18 in baskets, okay. So well oversubscribed. Beautiful gold dust. Isn't that cool? Loving that. Loving that. In the original quilt, let me just show you where that was used. That fabric was used, I think, to great effect in these squares to snowball the corners. It just gives that little bit of gold there. It's quite subtle. And it's not actually a metallic. It looks like a metallic, but it doesn't actually have any gold finish on it. It's not stiff or anything like that. It's just very, very clever shading. It's very clever shading. Again, this would be really good to get ahead for things like Christmas projects where you want to put a little bit of gold into your makes. Now, next up, ending 06. This is that mottled black background. This time we do have gold overprinting. Dragonflies. but almost like they're star constellations, isn't it? It's lovely. It's ever so clever. Ever so clever. This would be lovely on the back of a waistcoat, wouldn't it? Yeah. Very, very nice. Or make a really cool shirt. Some of the, I know this might be a little specific, but I'm thinking lots of these fabrics would be really good if you know somebody who does like magic tricks, amateur magician. I just think they're so, yeah. Do you see where I'm going with that? I think they would be really cool. Number 17, 17. Again, I could just use that so often, so many. That would be a great shirt. Derek, if you're watching, I know you make a lot of fabulous shirts. It's rather lovely. Really lovely that. I love the fact as well that the background's just got some subtle shading in it as well. It's not just one solid colour. Next up, ending 30. Another great print this. Now again, I could see that used for, you know, like a party, you know, tablecloth, napkins, something a bit dramatic, bit of drama. I could actually see these being used for a wedding as well. Not everyone does that, you know, pastels and gerberas and, do they? You know, some people like to do something that's has a bit more drama, or a little bit more, you know, steampunk, or, yeah. So I'm rather loving this. Steampunk is not going anywhere at all. Marie's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart. I'm an Aquarius, like you, I think. Yes, we're both Aquariuses, yeah. Heavy rain in Islington. Broke my 30-year-old fuchsia in half overnight. Marie, think of it positively. You've still got that heart. It'll regenerate and regrow, and probably will have a burst of new life, won't it? Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Heavy rain. Don't like it. Don't like it at all. Bring me sunshine. Ending 8-2. Oh. Now this one, oh, it is in the original quilt. That's great. Love that. Love that. That would be really cool to fussy cut. You could also, don't just think of fussy cutting as being for like individual elements or blocks, things like that. I look at fabrics and think, okay, fussy cutting a border, you know, so you've got like the two moons and the sun going through the centre. That would make a really cool border, or thinner sashings between blocks, that kind of thing. So fussy cut your fabric for those. Gorgeous. Another black fabric. This is ending 6-9. And you know, actually you could just use a couple of these, you know, simpler fabrics, you know, the gold and this together would look really cool. Ah, Kirsty's got in touch. My wedding was themed as Moon and Stars 26 years ago. I was obviously forward thinking even then. You absolutely were, Kirsty. You absolutely were. What a cool wedding. Moon and stars. Love it. And then the last one, which might be my favourite. I just love it. I just love it. It's so elegant. Absolutely beautiful. And again, let me just show you the sort of scale we're talking. So I think for card making, for fussy cutting, for a soft subtle border, or even you could use this as the background for a plique, would be absolutely stunning. This would make great alternate blocks as well in a quilt, where they're soft and subtle but there's loads of interest. Very nice. This range would be great to make a mariner's compass out of, because you've got high contrast between the creams and the blacks. Imagine your paper piece star points. Now don't forget, there is a mega bundle. We've only a few left. You get 12 different fabrics. You get half a metre of each. We have 5 remaining chances. 19 in baskets. Okay, you get all these beautiful coordinates, and then you get all these beautiful feature prints all together in a bundle. That is a fabulous quilt in the making. All right, leave that with you. Black and gold bundle. So our Ben's put together a few little plains bundles to go with the Jason Yenter. So sweet and simple. Half a metre of gold, half a metre of black would go perfectly. £6.58. You're actually saving £1 on that. Great little stash builder, that. Great little stash builder. And I'm just going to grab one of the fabrics down just so you can see it at the side. So great little coordinates to go with. Very nice. £6.58. Save £1. We've also got a pack of 4 half meters. So this time you've got the black, you've got the gold, you've got forest green, bottle. I'm going to take bottle green, and then claret. Yeah, which is very much giving me Slytherin and Gryffindor vibes, to be fair, but I'm still loving it. Very useful. 50 points to Gryffindor. Oh, I bet the other houses hated Harry Potter. Sleviosa. Right. Very nice. Very nice. Can we do Tilda? Now you know I love Tilda. And yesterday we were teased. We had one of these bundles and then we sold it out. And I was like, gosh, that was a shame. Could have done with more of those. And that was because our Ben had already taken all the stock for today's show. So I'm thrilled about this. So Bloomsville, the new collection from Tilda, launched a couple of weeks ago. Absolutely sold out in a matter of moments. The thing that sold out fastest was this range, which is called A Bloom, which is, would you believe, the coordinating fabrics that go with the range. It is a beautiful range on its own, in its own right, and I've used it extensively. I used it with Bloomsville in my quilts. I've also used it to make coordinating cushions and bags. It is absolutely beautiful. You're getting a bundle here of 12 half meters. That's the entire Bloomsville range. You're getting half a meter for free. And I think it's fair to say this is the only way to get all of these colours. We haven't got them all by the half metre. Have we got any of them by the half metre, Ben? No, we don't. So this is the only way to get them. And they are absolutely stunning. We've got 10 of these bundles. There are 10 opportunities. And then that's it. We're done. It's been, I think, the most popular coordinate range Tilda have ever done. It's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? I used this one for some cushions. I've used this one. I teamed that with our hot tomato solid. And that looks beautiful. I've used this one and I've teamed this one with our, is it powder blue that we do? Yeah, with powder blue. I actually picked solids to go with all of these. Lemon, I made a cushion with this. Lemon yellow, I teamed with that one. This one works beautifully with silver mink, if you want something a little bit more soft and subtle. But it's just absolutely gorgeous. So many possibilities with this. It really is a collection, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. If I designed this and brought this out, this would have been a full collection. So, yeah, really wonderful. And they're just so dramatic and beautiful, aren't they? This one, I think, would make an absolutely incredible dress. I just love that. It's so sophisticated and a little quirky. It's that turquoise in the background, isn't it? It's absolutely smashing. Just lovely. And of course it's beautiful quality, 100% cotton. The print quality is amazing. And it's just very, very beautiful. You could make some fabulous, talking of bucket hats, out of these, couldn't you? With one print and one solid, and make them reversible. So do your outer bucket hat in that with a hot tomato band, and then line it with hot tomato and do a second band in with this fabric. Cool, isn't it? Easily done, easily done. Single figures on this bundle now. Luscious, absolutely luscious. Now, I just want to mention calico. I said earlier on it's back in stock. It's one of our favourite fabrics here at Sewing Street. It absolutely flies. It's £2.99 for half a metre. This is our quilters pre-shrunk calico. So normally with calico, you do need to pre-wash it on quite a hot wash to shrink it, because it's generally quite loosely woven and you do get quite a bit of shrinkage, sometimes up to 8 or 10%. But this is pre-washed, pre-shrunk, so you can dive in and use it. Now, extra value because this is 60 inches wide. If it was non-pre-shrunk calico and it was 60 wide, it would probably be about 54 wide by the time you'd washed it. So already there's a benefit to buying pre-washed. It also saves you the job of doing that. It's also supremely soft and drapable. So where do we use calico? Well, toiles when we're dressmaking. It's great for backing things like quilts and wall hangings, table runners, placemats. You can also use this within your quilting. It has a beautiful kind of country look, and I would team this, for example, with some of Bloomsville or a Bloom or Liberty quilt cotton. Oh, I mean Sally Ann Harrison's twisted cushions. Yeah, she generally uses natural seeded cotton. Calico, absolutely gorgeous as well, would work for that. And also as well, you know those times where perhaps you're making, say, a quilted cushion and you want to quilt the front, you'd put calico on the back of your quilt sandwich, quilt it, and then the back of your cushion might be something like a bloom fabric, something like that. But you would want a fabric for lining your quilting. Use calico. It's so versatile, brilliantly affordable. Another thing, let's think summer holidays. What about a play tent, a den in the garden or in the house to keep the kids entertained or you entertained? What about a teepee for when you need to retreat? When you need to be on your own. Do you know, I designed and made a teepee for Free Spirit years ago. And we set it up at their head office. They wanted to do some photography. And as a giggle, I got inside it. Well, I'm not saying it was an out-of-body experience, but I got in this teepee and suddenly it was like the rest of the world didn't exist. I felt so sort of cocooned and away from it all inside. And I didn't want to come out again. They had to drag me out. But no, these little spaces, it's lovely. It's lovely. You could make a little teepee for in a child's bedroom as well. It's like a little play den. Great fun. As always happens with the calico, there's literally hundreds of you with this in your baskets. We can't see how many units. We know how many customers have got things in baskets, but we don't know how many units. So you might have 1 unit each. If that's the case, happy days, everyone's going to get what they wanted. If lots of you have got 5 units or 6 units in your baskets, we haven't got enough. We haven't got enough. Yeah, I think about 10 days ago, we sold over 1,000 metres of calico in one day. So those are the sorts of quantities that go through Sewing Street and then can go through in the matter of a few hours. So if you want to grab some calico, I would urge you to check out your basket. We've all been disappointed in the past sometimes. Don't let that be today. Bernadette's got in touch. Now, Bernadette, actually, I showed you some dressmaking earlier on. Let me just grab this for a second. I just want to say a quick shout out. Bernadette made the children's wear. So let me just move this bag out the way for a second. Bernadette made the children's wear that you saw from my new range. So we'll be having a closer look at this on Friday. But super excited about that. And morning, Bernadette. Now, Bernadette says, morning, Stuart. Loving the Tilda coordinates. Just gorgeous. Looking forward to Friday. Hey, me too. It's going to be good. Now, just need to quickly remind you about the Sun, the Moon and the Stars mega bundle. I've got 3 bundles left. You get 12 different fabrics, half a metre of each. Absolutely gorgeous. You get those big feature prints, you get those coordinates, you get those more subtle prints. They're all beautiful. I've got 3 left. I've got 20 in baskets. A quick question. Morning, Stuart. Can you use calico to line bags with from Lynn in Angus? Thank you. I missed that out. Absolutely brilliant for lining bags. Absolutely brilliant. One of the benefits, of course, is it's light, so that when you look in your bag, even a big cavernous bag full of stuff, you can see what's in there. Brilliant for lining bags. You can also dye it, of course. So if you want a different colour, you can experiment with cold water and hot water dyes as well. So really versatile fabric. Well worth grabbing 2 or 3 metres. I've got to say, the majority of customers who've checked out on calico have bought multiples, and often quite big multiples, 4, 5, 6 units at a time. So 2 to 3 metres is about the average. Now, shall we look at some extra wides? I'll just grab these terracotta ones because these would fit really nicely with Sun, Moon and Stars. Let's do 2/8 first. These are all 108 inches wide. They're 100% cotton. So these are the equivalent of like 2.5 times the width of regular fabric, and then a little bit extra as well. These are fabulous for backing quilts, of course, wall hangings, runners, cushions, but they're also brilliant as just fabric in their own right. So make a set of cushions out of these, a duvet cover, pillowcases, use them for dressmaking. I think a dressing gown in that would be absolutely beautiful, wouldn't it? Or a dress. Just gorgeous fabric in that deep terracotta and tan. Just lovely, just lovely. Oh, a message about calico. My granddaughter uses calico for her embroidery. Beverly, that's a great point. Great to embroider, embellish. I mean, Delphine Brooks does some amazing artworks on calico, doesn't she, as well? It's so versatile. All right, next up, we've got ending 4/6. This is Dragonflies. Although it's the same colour background as the last one, because there's such a lot of cream in there, it just lightens the whole look, doesn't it? Absolutely lovely. Absolutely lovely. Rosina's messaged me, morning Stuart, what was that bag? It was gorgeous. Fab show, by the way. Thank you, lovely. So this bag right here, this is, it's just a slight simplification of my Essential Messenger bag from Bags for Life. And the only real difference with it, I suppose, is that I've done a slip pocket on the back rather than a zip pocket in the original. But other than that, it's the Essential Messenger bag. I've also used a little leather on the front, and there's that lining fabric too. All these fabrics, all of these are from my new fabric collection called Blue Skies and Nutmeg, which is all about celebrating my sort of back to nature at the farm, being with the animals, and just, I don't know, being in the kitchen, making a crumble and sticking the kettle on and just, you know, having that lovely quiet time at home. And I just wanted to do a fabric range that was sort of quieter and softer and gentler and just a bit more relaxed. And don't worry, I'll get Larry again, I'm sure, but I'm looking forward to bringing that range to you on Friday. Friday's going to be a great day, you know, it's World Chocolate Day too. The downside is our wonderful Charlie, director, won't be here, but you'll be watching, won't you? Lovely, love that. Next up, a beautiful sort of Sashko style pattern of waves. This is just so classic. It's so classic. It's a shirt, it's a dressing gown, it's pyjamas, it's a bean bag, floor cushions. It's just lovely. A bag. I mean, you could line the bag, you could do the outer bag. Absolutely time. And remember, of course, you're getting, even for $11.99, you're getting double that. It's double the width. It's 108 inches wide. You're getting half a metre, $11.99. That is an amazing deal. And it's beautiful, soft, 100% cotton. Really worth looking at. Next up, this ends 40. And this is another terracotta with butterflies and cherry blossoms on it. So really pretty fabric. Again, think about these for dressmaking. They're absolutely ideal. Anywhere that you could use like quilt weight cotton or plain cotton. I mean, obviously they are that sort of same weight as quilt weight cotton. So they've got a nice firmness to them, a nice structure to them as well. Now, I've actually got a couple of new extra wide backing fabrics. This is one, I know it's been on once before, but this is a bit of me. This really is a bit of me. Look at this. So this is kind of, you know, in a black and white world, be that colourful rainbow of sunshine. Look, we've got all the rainbow colours. Look, look. And have we got, there's the purple, there's the blues and the purples, there they are. Now, look at these designs inside. These are very, very Sanntangle and doodly. I want to colour these in. I want to grab my Markle sticks. I want to grab my Inktense pencils or even crayons and heat set them with greaseproof paper and an iron. I want to get in there and colour selectively or celebrate the black and white and the little pops of colour. This would be so versatile. This is a brilliant, brilliant fabric. This is the fabric to make that teepee, that play tent out of, isn't it? And then if you're using broomsticks, you could paint each one a different rainbow colour or stripy. You could give the kids paints or pens. Once it's a tent, get them to colour in. Just love it. Ideal for a child's bedroom accessories. Pat in Northamptonshire. Absolutely brilliant. Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? I love it. I love it, love it. And again, £12.99 for half a metre. I'd get a metre of that at least. And then you've got the width, because I think you'd want to do big floor cushions, if nothing else. Just big, maybe like 30-inch square, big slab cushions. I've actually just made one for one of the bedrooms that's got 2 pillows in. So imagine that side-by-side pillow size. Oh, it is the cuddliest, snuggliest, big, you know when you just want to lie down and you just want to sink into something. It's gorgeous. It's only 2 old pillows inside a big cover. I quilted the front. Could do it with this. Just have a little snuggle space. Love it. That's that one. And then, was it this one? I mean, come on. Look. I can't decide what colour. All of them. All of them. It's rainbow sequins. I mean, actually, this would make the most fabulous, like mermaid tail. Have you seen those? Like they're almost like sleeping bags, like blankets that you put. Yeah, like a wearable quilt. In this, that would be fabulous. It would be amazing for the background of just a wall hanging done in this. Would be fabulous. Bring back my girls, isn't it? It's very Drag Race. It's fabulous. It's Fabulous. I love it. Be fabulous as well for a bag, wouldn't it? What about a beach bag? What about a beach bag in that? And you could use it vertically or horizontally, those stripes. And it's a great ombre fabric as well, isn't it? Just love it. Just love it. Rosina's message to say, I've got your book, Bags for Life, looking through it now. Fabulous. Cute. Thank you. Bex is also saying, definitely saving my pennies for Friday. Your new range is gorgeous. Thank you. Yvonne says, hi Stuart, could you tell me, would calico go together with the red Sashiko geometric fabric, possibly for a messenger bag? Love your shows, Vonnie. Vonnie, absolutely, yes it would. If you're ever unsure about putting two fabrics together, I suppose the question to ask would be, are they the same weight? If they're not, add a little bit of interfacing to one of them to bring it up so it's the same sort of heaviness as the other. If one fabric was a bit stretchy and the other fabric wasn't, again, use a stabiliser, use an interfacing to stabilise the stretchy one, and then they'll work quite happily together. But yeah, the calico and the extra wide would work really nicely together. Love it. Right, have we got time for a few more? Extra wides? Right. Rainbow circles. This is ending 5-1. This is gorgeous. Charcoal, grey background. These are gobstoppers, marbles, planets, funky polka dots. It's just gorgeous, isn't it? They do look hand painted. These would be lovely actually as well. You could fussy cut and applique these. They've almost got, so you know those American penny rugs? They remind me of that with the layered colours. You could do lots with these. You could use these as flower centres in applique, for example. It's just a really gorgeous fabric anyway. You could just have a play with that, couldn't you? I also think this would be rather wonderful for making costumes with. I like dressing up costumes for kids. Yeah, now you do not have to go wild with costumes for children, I think, in my experience. Capes, aprons, tabards with things on, and headwear. I mean, some kids don't like wearing headwear, but usually it's masks that children don't like wearing. But some kids don't like things on their heads. But things like a cape, a little Velcro, a tabard again. You know, you can do these things and just great fun, and it encourages imaginative play. Just loads of ways you could use this fabric. It's fabulous, isn't it? World map. This is lovely. This ends 8-9. So this is like that sort of really old, almost like Elizabethan globe, isn't it? I could imagine Elizabeth I sort of strumming her hand across a globe. Yes. Where are we having next? Where are we going? Who's got pearls? Who's got jewels? But it's very, very beautiful. This would be great for a throw on a leather Chesterfield. Or what about covering a lampshade with it? Or a smart messenger bag, outer or lining. You could, I mean, small cuts of this would still look really cool. I'm just going to fold this right down just to show you if you were to use this, say, for a little travel wallet. You've still got the sense of map, and haven't you, about it? I'm just going to see if I can find Redditch on the map. There it is. There it is. Oh, do you know, I remember once when I was teaching, with my co-teacher and I had spent a whole term teaching all about India to our year 1 children. It was fabulous. We had such a lovely term, and we'd done everything. We'd worn clothes, we'd tried food, we talked to people, we'd looked at maps, all sorts of stuff, music, really immersed everybody in the whole culture, and right at the end we were having like, right, let's see what we've learned. And we held up a big map and was like, right, let's start with an easy one. Who can find India on the map? Nothing. No one. Can anyone find England on the map? Nothing. No one. The only thing that one of the children could point out on the map was Legoland. And my co-teacher and I afterwards were just like, what have we done? What have we done? Nothing. Clearly. Legoland. That was it. That was it. Anyway. You could use this in so many ways. We laughed. Two more. 6-0. Again, this is cool. Neutral, cool, bit quirky. Really liking that. Jan's looking forward to Friday too. Thank you, Jan. It's going to be ace. And we've got lots of pre-cuts in my new range. We've got meter packs, we've got strip rolls, we've got charm packs, we've got fabric by the half meter. Last one then, ending 4-7. This is just a good basic, like a grunge texture, kind of marble, sort of inked. Beautiful. I love it. That would work really well, by the way, if you've gone for the Jason Yenter. Would work really, really well. Speaking of which, that mega bundle. Take it away, please, Kat. I can't look at it anymore. It's gone. There is some left by the half meter, by the way, so don't despair. Right, we're going to go for a break. When we come back, the whirlwind that is Adam Brooks is here with his first of 2 shows. I can't wait!
Hi, my name's Helen Rhiannon and I am a bridal wear fashion designer based down in Swansea in South Wales, and I also teach people how to sew, which I have done for the last 15 plus years. And what first got me into sewing was in school. I think I learned to sew in primary school by hand, and then in secondary school I had a really fantastic textiles teacher who was very old school, Mrs. Shepherd, and she taught me everything I knew and taught me really, really well. And it's something I've carried through with everything I've ever done going through to university, and then when I set up my own business, and teaching people as well. So those kind of old school traditional methods. So yes, it was all down to her really sparking that little bit of imagination and creativity, which was lovely. So the sewing tip that I would recommend is something that I just rave about all of the time, which is notches. Notches are used on all patterns, whether it's a bag to a soft toy or dressmaking, but notches are there for a reason. They're on your pattern to help you match everything together. So your pattern is like a big jigsaw. So notches are key to being able to put that back together the right way. And always use the tip of your scissors, so just a little snip of 0.5 mils, and those notches will help you put your whole project together much, much, much easier than if you ignored them.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hi, Stuart Hillard here, and I'm super excited to launch my brand new fabric range this Friday here on Sewing Street. It's called Blue Skies and Nutmeg. So this brand new range features chickens and vintage florals, yarn-dyed plaids and checks, and also some gorgeous stripes. It's perfect for children's wear, for adult wear, dressmaking, home dec. Brilliant for making bags. I've got a few different examples here. And then of course, perfect for making a quilt or two for your home as well. Make sure you join me this Friday here on Sewing Street for the brand new launch of my brand new range, Blue Skies and Nutmeg.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hey you. Talking of hey you. Hey you.
Hey you!
Hey you. It's Adam Brooks, everybody.
Morning everyone, morning
How are you,
Stuart.
my lovely?
All the better for seeing you.
Oh, you brighten up the room. How are you?
I'm brilliant, and do you know what? They've been keeping us apart, but you've been busy, haven't you?
I've been doing bits and bobs. And you've been dressing pantomime dames and doing all sorts of
I have.
glitzy, glamorous, show-busy stuff.
Listen, you know behind the scenes it's not as glamorous as all the sequins.
Shh, don't say, don't ruin it. Oh, but it's lovely to have you. And also, welcome to the world, Stanley.
Oh yeah, we went to see our little puppy. We're getting a little Welsh Terrier, and he's only a month old. And it's been in the pipeline for a long time. We've been wanting to get a second dog.
Yeah.
So he's going to be part of the family and a little mate for me in my sewing studio
Absolutely
at home.
gorgeous. Oh, gorgeous. Step 1, make little coat. Step 2, make gorgeous bed. Oh, I love it. It made my insides go, oh, love it. Anyway, enough of all that. Adam's here because we have got a fabulous pattern from Sew Over It from Lisa Comfort, the brains behind Sew Over It. We've got the Eve dress.
Yeah, it's lovely.
It's a beautiful dress, isn't it? It's got a little bit of a vintage vibe.
Yeah, I feel it's really classic.
It is classic.
A wrap dress is beautiful. It's a timeless wardrobe staple, really, isn't it?
It is, and I love the floaty sleeves. I love the floaty asymmetric hem as well. That is absolutely gorgeous. And as you mentioned, it's a wrap dress, but it's a really good deep wrap. So don't worry, no flashing. No flashing of legs.
Flashing.
No. I mean, if that's your thing, absolutely, I'm not judging. But you won't necessarily with this dress. Love that teal colour as well.
Do you know what? I am so over teals and mustards and navies at the minute.
Yeah?
And I noticed your fabulous fabrics in that quilt, and I was like, oh, what a lovely colour, and same with this. The teal's beautiful.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? Just so flattering. Let me show you the pattern. Now, it comes in 2 different size ranges, so 6 to 20. Those UK sizes, by the way, UK 6 to UK 20, confident beginner level. So if you've done a bit of dressmaking in the past and you're familiar with a few of the regular terms, you should be absolutely fine. No zips?
No zips, so nothing complicated there. No buttonholes, plain open seams for the most of it. Nice, easy hemming. It does help if you have an overlocker, but one's not necessary.
No.
It's not essential. I suppose the hardest bit maybe would be getting the gathers nice on the yoke part.
You're showing us how to do the sleeves and the bodice today.
I'm going to show us,
You're going to show us all those bits that we need to know, so stick around, we'll be fine. Now, as I say, this is for sizes 6 to 20, and I'm just going to give Charlie a chance to show you. Now, get a shot of this, won't you, at home, if you can. Grab your phone and take a little picture, especially those fabric requirements. Our fabric bundles that we've got will make up to the largest size of the largest pattern. That's the size 30. But we've also got some lovely fabrics in the 10 o'clock hour, which would be very suitable for this dress as well as our bundles. And if you wanted to, you could just grab the amount that you need for your size. So grab that. So also we've got a couple of different versions, Adam, am I right?
Yes, so it's all to do with the hem really, Stuart. As you said, there's that graduated hem, so it's longer at the back than it is the front on one version. On the second version, there's a levelled hem, which is really nice as well.
And we've got some sleeve options too, I think.
And some sleeve options. So you've got that lovely flutter sleeve in version 1 and then a longer sleeve on version 2.
Perfect. Perfect. Mix and match. Lots of value in one pattern. Is that all? 14 patterns left.
Is that it?
That's it.
I'm not surprised because, as I say, wardrobe staple with this
Well done if you've managed to get this. Well done if you've managed to get this. Now, we've got our second size range and there's a little bit of overlap. This one goes from an 18 to a 30. So if you are a size 18, obviously either pattern would cover you. But Adam, generally speaking, we say go with the larger. If you're in the crossover, go with the larger.
That's right, yes, I'd say so. Most patterns, when they split them, the smaller range will be based on a dressmaking B-cup. That's how it would have been patterned. That's not bra sizes, that's dressmaking sizes. The larger size will accommodate a more fuller bust, I would imagine. So if you're unsure, go up.
Go up. And also, because it's easier to take it in a little bit than to go out a little bit, isn't it?
Exactly.
Just
and
when
with
you're
a pattern
making it.
like this, you're getting the fit from the wrap anyway, so it's nice for fitting. If you're new to dressmaking and are worried about fit, this is a good one for you because all the fitting is done with the tie at the back.
Right, exactly.
It's wrapped over.
So if you've been out for a big Sunday carvery, I do love a carvery, and you need to just loosen that belt a bit, not a problem. Not a problem. I do love an elasticated waist, Adam. The older I get, the more elasticated my clothes are becoming. So that's the Eve dress in an 18 to a 30. Gorgeous! Gorgeous. Oh, that was very high, wasn't it?
It was.
Only Stanley would have heard that. Right, now then, let me show you the fabric bundles we've got. Absolutely beautiful. Should we start with the triple crepe? Should we start with this one? Absolutely lovely. Now, although we've been calling it teal, officially the colour is Kingfisher. Oh, yeah. This is beautiful fabric.
It is.
Isn't it? Oh, this is gorgeous. For those that don't know, Adam, what is triple crepe? Who are they and what do them do?
What do them do? Basically, a triple crepe, why it's going to be so perfect for this dress, is it's got a really nice weight to it. It's got a really nice weight and a really nice drape as well.
Yes.
It's got a little bit of give in the fabric as well if you pull it across the bias, which can probably, you know, be the little bit that's trickier with sewing this fabric, because you'll notice that wrap is on the bias, you see, that neckline.
But presumably as well, this is why it fits so nicely over your bust without needing any darts or any complicated geometry.
Absolutely. And I'm going to show you how to stabilise that neck edge as well in the demo.
Awesome. So there are ways to work with these fabrics, but the weight, the slight stretch, the drape is what gives you such a gorgeous looking dress. And it does have a lovely weight. The colour is amazing. This would look really gorgeous if you had beautiful red hair, wouldn't it?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I can see that.
All our flame-haired beauties out there. I love it. I'm obsessed with red hair at the moment.
I love people with red hair. Yeah.
I love it.
Beautiful. The crepe part comes from the texture and the way it's woven, and you'll notice if you work with crepe that it's got that lovely crepe texture. Almost if you think crepe paper, obviously it doesn't feel like paper, but it's got that texture to it.
Yes, it's not crinkly, but it does have a texture. It's lovely. Now the next one, this is like a corn yellow, isn't it? Is it corn? I do love corn. Ochre, this is ochre. Not ochre, that's different. Oh, that is lovely. And look at that lovely bit of ripple. This is definitely, you know, gorgeous for every day, but also I'm thinking this would be fabulous for an event, for the races, for a wedding.
Yeah, and perfect style of dress as well.
It is, isn't it?
Perfect style, perfect
With a big
fabric.
Fascinator.
Oh yeah, I love a fascinator.
Do you?
Well, yeah. Do you know what? It's all about finishing the garment off, isn't it? Especially for a lady. So you know,
beautiful.
Fascinator, a nice hat, bag, shoes.
Or a hatinator.
A hatinator.
It's a thing. It's a thing.
That's a new one on me.
So a hatinator is it's like a fascinator and a hat had a baby.
Right.
So it's almost like a big disc.
Oh yeah.
With stuff on it.
Yeah.
That would be called a hatinator.
I love
rather
it.
than a. You know, my husband's got a millinery company.
Yes, I remember you saying
it pays the bills.
It pays the bills. I'm sure you pay the bills for these fabulous quilts.
I'm sure he makes half of the names up, to be perfectly honest. But according to Charlie, a hatinator is a thing. Anyway, ochre, just beautiful. Gorgeous. I think warm skin tones.
Yeah.
It's going to look absolutely beautiful on, isn't it? Beautiful, love it. All right, that's that. Now, next up, is this bottle green, emerald, forest. Forest. This is that really deep, dark. Oh, that is so rich. That is so rich.
Beautiful, that.
A little bit more of an autumnal palette here, let's be frank.
Yeah, probably.
We're definitely thinking about autumn makes, aren't we?
Yeah,
verging towards autumn.
With these fabrics, because they've got that nice weight to them, they'd lend themselves going through, you know, from summer, you know, late summer into autumn, for sure.
Yeah, because they do have a nice sort of drape and a nice floatiness to them as well. So if you're wearing this for a summer event, you're not going to overheat. But equally, it's got that firmer structure, that firmer weight for autumn and winter.
Yeah, I agree.
Love that. That's the forest. And then, last of all, in the triple crepe, we've got classic black. Can't go wrong. And it's a gorgeous deep black, isn't it? All of these bundles, $59.99, which is a really good price actually. You're getting 4 meters, which is enough to make up to a size 30 with that long sleeve.
Yes, that's it.
Beautiful. A question, Adam. Good morning, gents. Would a viscose poplin be suitable for this dress?
Absolutely it would. Yeah, and I can imagine this dress in, you know, some lovely prints, and I know that you've got a few fabrics, like you say, Stuart, coming up on your next show after this, which would be lovely. But yeah, a viscose fabric of any kind would be lovely because it's got that drape for those lovely soft gathers on the yoke, and give the dress that lovely floaty feeling. The pattern suggests a few different fabrics actually. Crepe or georgette, well, we've talked about crepe. Lightweight cottons such as lawn or voile. Yeah, so anything really with some nice drape and weight to it would be nice.
Yeah, perfect.
But even if it's a lighter cotton, as long as it's got that nice drape.
Well, I've got some cotton lawn here. Now, these are brand new today. I wish you could feel these.
Yeah, the quality.
Because, oh, they feel like silk. They feel like silk. I've got to say, the web images do not do them justice, but they are absolutely beautiful. Now, you're getting 4 meters. This is the ivory. I'll just show you the web image as well. Oh, see, it's not really, yeah. It looks grey, doesn't it? And it's not, it's so crisp. Do you know what this is giving me? Sharon Stone vibes, because she often wears ivory and just look, you know, she's got blonde hair and she's got a little bit of warmth to her skin tone. She just always looks so classy and elegant. And it's a classy, elegant dress as well. So I think in ivory could look absolutely stunning. This also, I've got to just say, shout out to my quilters out there. This would be an amazing bundle to buy for quilting as well. It's lawn, so it does have that lighter weight than compared to quilt weight cotton, but you can absolutely blend the two together seamlessly. It's perfect. It's also beautiful as a backing fabric for a quilt because it's so silky and soft and cool against your skin. So it's absolutely beautiful, and a 4 meter bundle would be a fabulous buy for quilting. So my quilters, talking to you now. Now I've also got that same lawn in navy. Again,
It's beautiful.
It's stunning.
And do you know what? Even if you wanted, you know, to have some in your stash and you get to that project that, you know, maybe you want a nice cotton
Adam,
lining.
get over here a minute. Just feel that. I'm thinking pajamas.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
It's so soft to the touch.
isn't it?
Yeah. Like you say, it's nice and light. But again, do you see? It's got that beautiful drape. Got a beautiful drape on it.
Yeah.
Because it's so soft.
It's gorgeous.
I love it. I love it. I love
Yeah,
it.
it's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? So that's the navy. All right, you can get back to your own destiny. And then we've also got grey. Again, just beautiful, soft, silky, beautiful drape. Oh, Helen's asked, I missed the composition of the triple crepe. Does anyone know? Helen, we will find out and I will come straight back to you with that. Hina says, hey up, Chuck, have a good show.
Oh, that's my friend Hina. We were chatting in the early hours last night.
When
Hey
you
up,
should have been
Hina.
asleep.
Yeah, I should have been, but I'm a night owl.
Are you? Even when
Yeah.
you're up at 5 a.m?
Yeah, but we were putting the worlds to rights. So it was lovely to chat to you, Hina. I'll see you soon.
Ah, gorgeous. Right, composition of the triple crepe for you, Helen, and for anyone else. 94% polyester, 6% spandex. Do you love a bit of spandex?
Yeah, so that's that little bit of give in it, which is nice actually for this frock.
Love fabric with give in it. Gotta say. Right, shall we get into demo?
Yeah, we can do the demo.
Can I come and join you?
Yeah, come and join me.
I'm going to get over it and sew over it.
Do you know what? Lisa does some lovely patterns. Really nice stuff.
She does.
So I'm going to concentrate on the bodice part today. So we've got the back bodice. So there's a centre seam down the back. So we'll sew that. And then there's the yoke part as well. It's really important on the pattern piece for the yoke part, just to make sure you pay attention to the double notch at the top, because you could quite easily get these the wrong way round, but the double notch basically matches to the shoulder seam. So I'm just pointing that out early on, and then when we get to it, we can look at that. This sleeve, now I'm really excited about this dress because I don't think I've ever done this lovely flutter sleeve on Sewing Street before. Look at the pattern piece for this. So, you know, if you're new to sewing, you might think, how is that a sleeve? Well, we're going to
face mask, surely.
a very large face mask.
Well, I've got a very large face.
No, you've not. But I'll show you how this goes together. It's really simple once you understand it. We'll demystify that bit.
The geometry of dressmaking baffles me sometimes.
Do you know, yeah, there's a lot involved in it and quite a bit of mathematics when it's all going together and stuff. But it's a lot of curves. That's the thing.
Yeah. But it's all done for you in a pattern, isn't it?
That's it, exactly. And then this is the front bodice, and you can see the angle here. That's where it'll cross over. And you can see as well, that's cut on the bias. And again, anybody new to sewing, that's at a 45-degree angle to the grain. So, and when you cut things on the bias, it means that there's more giving it. But that means also that it can stretch out. So I'm going to show us and explain how we stabilise that edge.
Perfect.
Wonderful. So there's a bit of an overview. Let's get sewing, shall we?
Yes, please.
Right, okay. Pattern pieces everywhere.
Let's get back to sewing.
Let me just keep them together. You'll notice, I say it every time when I come on, I keep my pattern pieces with my fabric until I come to cut them out, because that way I don't get them confused. I was making a corset bodice for a costume not long ago, and the pieces are very, very similar. The notches do help you, but I just keep my pattern pieces with each piece until I come to use them. Right, let's sew the centre back seam. Everything's at 1.5 centimetres seam allowance. So we're going to back stitch at the beginning and the end, a nice simple seam. So with right sides together. We're going to use some pins as well.
Yeah.
Now,
knock yourself out.
Knock yourself out. This is quite a nice stable fabric. So I mean,
lawns are very finely woven, high thread count, aren't they?
Yes, that's it. Now, because of that, you want to make sure you've probably got a finer needle in your machine and a new needle as well.
70?
About 70 would be good, yeah. Is that the kind of needle you'd use for your quilting?
Yeah, for patchwork.
For patchwork.
Yeah, for piecing.
Sorry.
I wouldn't use it
yeah.
for quilting,
No.
but yeah, for piercing and getting lovely flat seams, perfect.
Yeah, no, that's wonderful. Do you know what I've only just discovered? This is terrible.
Go on.
But I bought myself a little seam guide, right?
Yeah.
Because I've got vintage machines at home, and a lot of them don't always have markings on the throat plate,
Right.
you know, or they might be in inches. And maybe I need centimetres. So I've got my little seam guide, and I'm like, oh gosh, this is perfect. It's like having stabilisers on a bike. I know that might sound odd to say I've only just discovered that, but I've known about them, but I've just never had one.
We have the same sewing machine too. I've just bought the UX8 for my
have you?
studio. Well, about 6 months ago.
Oh, fabulous. How are you getting on with it?
Oh, I love it. I love
It's
it.
amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, really good, yeah. I've still got my Elna 680 at home, so I do a lot of my home sewing there. But in my studio, yeah, I've got the Juki UX8, love it.
And are you playing around with all the screen and the...
Little bit. I mean, the thing is, you know, most of our sewing is a straight stitch and a zigzag, isn't it? Let's be honest.
But do you know what's great with this machine for quilting? It might be the same with the Elna. You can change the throat plate out, can't you?
Yeah,
So
you can.
And actually, I've got the straight stitch plate on at the moment because this is a finer fabric I'm demoing with. Basically, the straight stitch plate has just got a little hole where the needle goes into. So it's not got a longer opening that allows a zigzag. So with just a little hole, if you're sewing lighter fabric, chiffon, georgette, this kind of lawn, the machine's not going to eat it up.
Great, we don't want that.
We don't want that. You'll notice that when I'm sewing in a contrast thread, and that's just so you can see the stitching.
Right.
But yes, so we're sewing that back seam, and then we'll press this seam open. You can actually finish this seam before you sew them together, and in the instructions it tells you to finish them with either a zigzag or your overlocker, and it tells you which parts to finish before you construct it as well. And a good question that always comes in is, when do you overlock? When do you overlock together? And it all really depends on the project, but Lisa's done a fabulous job of putting those instructions in the leaflet.
Well, you get that with the indie patterns. You don't get that with commercial patterns, do you?
No, because the Yonks old, and perhaps before anybody would even have an overlocker.
Yeah, yeah.
So they
or at a time perhaps when it was just assumed everyone knows how to do these things.
That's
and
it.
now patterns are much more like tutorial led.
Yes. And that's and a lot, a lot more diagrams and images.
Do you want me to press that for you?
Yeah, if you don't mind, that would be great. There is a little bit of back shaping along that back seam. You'll notice when you look at the pattern piece, only very slightly, and that's to accommodate
Turn the iron on, Adam.
Oh, was it not turned on?
No.
Oh, I am ever so sorry. Do you know, I can never get used to this one having the automatic uppy-downy thing.
Oh, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But
I'm quite old school myself, really.
Yeah, I'm very, very low tech in life generally. So yeah, you have got that little bit of curve in the seam, haven't you?
It's only very slight, but again, a nice thing in the pattern. That just tells me that it's been drafted amazingly to start with.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Lisa's great, isn't she? All her patterns are superb.
Oh, they are. I'm yet to meet Lisa. You know.
She's fabulous. I actually met her sister first.
I remember you saying.
Yeah, I was doing a book signing in Solihull, of all places, at John Lewis.
Oh, look at you.
And I know.
Well, we love your books.
Oh,
Have you got another one in the pipeline?
Yeah, just doing the photo shoot next
Have you?
week.
Oh, and what's this one going to be?
This is quilting.
Yeah.
This is quilting. And yeah, not till next year. But when are you writing a book anyway?
Oh, I don't know. When I can find a publisher.
You've got some lovely patterns as well out, haven't you?
I've got my patterns, yeah, slowly but surely.
You got your Great Scott.
The Great Scott.
Great Scott.
Oh, bless! Like they were like, we designed a pattern for John Scott for his birthday show, and I was like, oh gosh, the pressure. But no, I was so pleased with it, and he was chuffed with it, I think.
Brilliant.
So yeah, no, it was good. But all I'm
February the 3rd.
Is that what it was?
No, that's my birthday.
Oh, that's your birthday. Right, okie dokie. So all I'm going to do now, the modern machines are great, but you can have the whole back stitch on automatically. We just want to make sure we turn all that off for this next bit.
Okay.
I want some thread tails here because we're going to do some gathering now.
Okay.
So all I want to make sure I do is just leave a nice long thread tail there, and there's some dots on the pattern, and we're going to basically put a long stitch between those dots.
So this is on the front bodice?
This is on the front bodice, yes. I've marked with just a little clip where that dot is. Now we're 1.5 centimetre seam allowance. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew within that seam allowance, so the gathering stitches won't be visible. Of course, you can take them out. But
it's extra work, Adam.
Extra work, exactly. So I'm sewing at a 5mm stitch length, the longest stitch my machine will do.
Oh, and I can see that's already gathering the fabric up as you sew.
Yeah.
Is that because it's such a lightweight fabric?
Yes, that will be partly due to it. You can adjust the tension as well, so that it's really loose, and it won't perhaps do that as much, but it's almost done some of the work for me, so I just leave it. Don't automatically snip off at this stage, right? Lift your foot and just pull a nice lot of threads off, and then you've got your thread tails either side. Now we're going to do 2 rows of gathering stitches. So I've done 5mm.
That's extra.
That's extra, isn't it? Well, you see, the thing is, if one of those lined gathering threads breaks, you've got the other one.
Great.
So we're doing one and a safety.
Just a bit of security.
Bit of security. Which I'm liking in my older age. Right, so I'm now sewing at 1 centimetre, because all of that then is going to be within the seam allowance. Just to that marking that I'd done. Again, just lift the needle and your foot. And we're going to do that on both pieces.
Which bit of the bodice is it that you're... Oh, it's...
Yes.
It's this here, isn't it?
That's it. It's that little seam that joins to the
pretty.
yoke. Oh,
It's
I
so
love
pretty.
it.
And it gives that bit of extra fullness for over the bust.
Yes, that's it. So instead of a dart, we've got gathers.
Yeah.
Which is really
Softer.
flattering. Softer, absolutely.
I'm all about soft and pretty and gentle at the moment.
Yeah, oh wow.
I don't know what's come over. All my hard angles have gone.
All I'm going to do here is just visualise this a second, because obviously this will now go to the yoke. We're going to gather it to the yoke, but this is where I was saying at the beginning, we just need to make sure we look at those notches, because those notches go to the shoulder seam. So we want to make sure that we're getting it the right way. So yes, I can see that the notches will go there. So this is my right side. So what we're going to do is we're going to gather now to that yoke bit here.
Understood.
Yeah. But just hold the pattern piece up and check it. Now I'm just going to take 2 of the threads. Usually I say the bobbin thread, but it doesn't matter as long as you grabbing those threads. Look how lovely that gathers.
Yeah, beautiful. It's lovely.
I don't know if you can see
That's
that
the
on camera,
fabric,
but-
that cotton lawn.
Yeah.
It's absolutely ideal for this project, isn't it? Great price as well, $38.99 for 4 metres of cotton
Yes,
lawn.
great. Honestly, this in your stash is just going to be amazing. Now, I know I've gathered it too much here, but all I'm going to do now, once I've got it up to a point, is just distribute those gathers so they're nice and even, or as even as you can get them. And there we go. Righto. So then what we're going to do is then start to pin this to the yoke piece. Now this is to the side that hasn't got the notches. Remember, the
Right.
notches go to the shoulder seam.
Yes.
So
Were you telling me or telling yourself?
Myself. And, do you know, I talk to myself. People must think I'm a bit bonkers.
Don't we all? I do that.
That's
I've always
why
done that.
Yeah. But that's why having dogs is good, because you talk to the dogs then.
It justifies it.
It justifies
Yes,
it.
yes. As if we need. A few weeks ago, I remember watching Sewing Bee, and Esme said it to. There's 2 men who both have the same name.
Tony.
Tony.
Tony and Tony.
Tony and Tony, the younger Tony.
Yeah.
And she said, do you always talk to yourself? And I thought, who doesn't, Esme?
Yeah.
Who doesn't?
Well, that's it. Do you know what? I was reading something really interesting not long ago, actually, about internal monologue.
Okay.
So it's kind of that a little bit. You're
Yeah.
vocalising it. But what I struggled to get my head around, it was a whole article on, you know, when you read something, I think some people can just read it and the information goes in, and some people read and actually hear the word.
voice.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Now, I definitely hear the voice when I read something. How about you?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's normally with an accent and all the bells. Do you know, though, actually, saying that, I read The Colour Purple years ago. Have you ever read it?
I've not read it. I've seen a musical production of it.
Life-changing. It's
Yeah.
such a beautiful book. Everyone should read The Colour Purple. But I remember when I first started reading it, I thought I'm never going to be able to read this book, because it's almost entirely written in like dialect, like an accent.
Yeah,
It's written with an accent.
I'm with
and I thought I'm not going to understand this. And then as soon as I changed my internal voice to that accent,
yeah.
that was it. And I stayed up till 2 a.m. and read the whole book in one sitting.
Really?
It's an amazing book. Beautiful book. Beautiful.
All my reading now.
Whoopi Goldberg
Was
and
in the film,
Oprah
wasn't she?
Winfrey were in the film.
Was Oprah in it?
Oprah played her auntie, I think.
Oh gosh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I knew that Whoopi was in it.
It's like if you've got Threads of Life by John Scott. I think all of us, when we're reading that book, can hear John, can't we? In every word. That's the point of it. That's why we love it so much, because you can hear his voice.
Now, I'm sewing at 5/8 of an inch, 1.5 centimetres. And I'm just making sure that those gathers are nice and even.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what you will find with the triple crepe is the triple crepe has a little bit of a slight bounce in it, because of the spandex in it. So we're going to get much softer gathers in the lawn than we will in the crepe. Both are equally nice, but you'll notice it'll just maybe affect how you handle it at this stage.
Got you. You have a recommendation, actually, I think, don't you, for working with that triple crepe, a little tool that you can use that will make the whole process a lot easier.
Yeah, I do, because this will hold a crease lovely, the lawn, but the crepe, and this is a great thing, it doesn't crease as much.
No.
Which is great for thinking about having to iron and maintain and all
events
of that.
as well, looking great all day.
Well, this is it, and that's why it will be great. But when we're wanting to press the seams, you see on the lawn, that's pressed out beautifully. You always did a good job of that, didn't you? Thank you very much. Now, when you're doing the crepe, when you're pressing the seams open, have your iron on and have a little bit of steam on there as well. But just after you've placed the iron on, it's a bit like dealing with wool. Put your clapper on, and what that will do is that will absorb, the clapper will absorb the heat, but still continue the pressure onto the seam. And then you'll find that you'll get your seams a lot flatter on the crepe using a clapper. It's the same for when we're using wool.
So they are a very useful tool
They
to
are,
have.
yeah.
Coming up in the next hour.
There you
Thanks,
go.
Adam.
Do you know what? I still need to get myself a big chunky one like that.
You'll be off in the next hour. Just hop on the app.
Yeah.
Tap that app.
Tap that app.
Tap it real good.
Do you know what? You are the king of slogans and stuff like that. It's fabulous. Right,
It's all about the soundbite. I once got really told off, actually, doing a different show for Channel 4. I was like, enough of the soundbite, Stuart. I was like, I can't help it. It's who I am.
It's ingrained to me. It's me. And do you know what? Don't ever change being you. The one thing, I've been on a few presenting courses. I'm just trimming those gathering threads now. Take those off. Yeah, and the number one thing is to be yourself.
Oh, yeah.
Right then, so we're going to work half of this bodice so we get the idea, because I don't need to do the other one. It just falls lovely, do you know what I mean? You'll have a bit more time to really even out those gathers, but you know, just beautiful. Okay, so we've got that there. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go right sides together to the back bodice pieces now, and what we're going to do is we're going to sew the side seams together. And then we're going to sew the shoulder seams together as well. Of course, you'll do this on the other side as well. So it'll be very much repeat.
Yep.
Repeat. Repeat. So match up your notches at your shoulder seam. And you paid attention to where that yoke piece sat. So they'll match lovely now. And then obviously pin your side seams on. We'll just sew them at 1.5 centimetres.
You were telling us earlier on, Adam, I've got to ask, you're doing panto costumes at the moment.
Doing panto costumes.
Which must be a huge thrill and a challenge.
Oh yeah, I like a challenge though. It's really creative.
Yeah, because you're having to create things which are way beyond normal everyday wear.
That's it.
What's the weirdest thing you've ever been asked to make?
Oh gosh. We're working on all sorts at the moment because there's existing costumes and then ones I'm making. So I'm making a mermaid at the moment.
Fabulous.
Which is a challenge because the actor needs to be able to move and look like a mermaid. So we'll work that one out.
Yeah, right.
I've made the bodice, I'm making the tail now.
It's National Bikini Day, by the way, talking of mermaids.
Oh, is it?
Yes, it is.
There's a day for everything these days.
Yes, there is.
So there you are, National Bikini Day. If I'd have known, I'd have turned up in my leopard print one.
That's why we didn't tell you, Adam.
Exactly. We've got all sorts of dame costumes that are fabulous, like that are things. We've got a finale that's going to be a bathtub that we're working on at the moment.
There's a costume.
A costume is the bathtub. We've got a rubber ducky headdress.
Oh.
There's a big sparkly shower thing that comes up over the head. Amazing creations. We've got a whole set of sweet costumes, like a pick and mix carousel.
I should just mention,
a
Adam,
licorice, all sorts.
I'm desperate to be in a pantomime.
Oh yeah. Wow, listen, I can put you in touch with the right people.
I did a panto when I was a child. I've never really got over it.
Do you know, panto is just so much fun. It seems bizarre that we're talking about this in July, although have you got Christmas in July coming up?
We do have Christmas in July coming up. We've got some fabulous Christmassy things coming. It's never too early to start.
No, true.
I make all my Christmas projects in February.
Do you know what? That's such a good idea. And I need to get on that wagon.
Yeah? Problem is, Adam, I can never find them in December. All the things I've made.
No. Oh, that's it. Well, I never know what to buy anybody. And I'm getting to that stage now. We're all grown up. I've got my little nephew. But apart from that, I'm like, I don't just want to go out and buy something for the sake of it that somebody's never going to use.
Well, this year you'll be going to town with presents for Stanley.
Yeah, we will.
Oh, yeah.
We will.
Stanley's first Christmas. I can already imagine the Christmas ornaments and the quilt.
Oh, yeah. I'll have to make a quilt for him. I make little bandanas for Rufus, our dog that we've got at the moment. on the embroidery machine, on my brother embroidery machine.
Fabulous. It's gone, by the way, the embroidery machine that we
were
had.
they all done
we had
now?
one. Well, we sold out, yeah. We'll get more, but...
Yeah. Do you know what? I love them. You know, and again, it's just knowing what you're doing. It's lovely, isn't it, that yoke bit?
It's beautiful.
Just lovely little detail there.
Yeah.
So that's the one side of it completed now. Shall we talk sleeve
Yes, please.
and stay? And
Would
then,
love that, yeah.
And right, the sleeve's dead
Massage
simple.
for you first. I'm suffering with stress and anxiety. Dawn, big hugs. But watching you both has made me smile. Thank you, Stuart and Adam, from Dawn in Birmingham.
Oh, it's lovely to hear from you, Dawn, and
Yeah.
thank you for watching us. And yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what you need sometimes, a good distraction.
Absolutely.
You're very distracting, Adam.
I know I get told that at work as well.
What were you like at school? Tell me in a second. I've asked every year for Sewing Street to do a panto as part of the Christmas show. I know it's too expensive to make, but I have fun casting it in my head from Sue in Talkpoint. That's the best bit, Sue. We all do it here as well. I want to know, Sue, who would you see me playing? Who would you see Adam playing? We should really ask everyone to message in. Who would Adam play in our panto?
gosh.
Who would I play? Who would John Scott play?
We'd all be a bunch of dames, wouldn't we?
I think it would be Dame Heavy, I think.
Right.
No, that would be my character.
Dame Heavy? Oh, no, it wouldn't. No.
Dame Wide and Heavy. So you're going to say, at school, what were you like? Were you naughty?
I was really studious, actually, and I
Right.
loved all the arts, music, which is obviously what I did, and entertainment, and sewing, textiles, loved all that. But I had this wicked laugh that I've inherited off my mother, so thank you, Mum. And I was always being a bit rude and naughty.
Were you? Were you a bit of a class clown as well?
Yeah. I did it as a distraction, really, because all of the really masculine lads, shall we say,
Right.
I was a bit different.
I can relate.
Yeah, and to get through that, I made friends with all the girls, and used to make them laugh.
I love that, Adam.
Make them laugh, make them laugh.
I love that. I've
So,
just been
yeah.
watching the Alan Carr.
Oh,
you
I
watched
love
that
Alan.
comedy series. I could relate to literally every single part of that.
Do you know what? And it's lovely to see that actually, you know, I wouldn't swap any of it for the world. I mean, yeah, like
No.
a lot of these masculine lads at school would, you know, earn a few things, but I'd give it them back.
Yes, yes.
I'm going rogue on this bit.
Okay,
I'm
so
got-
you've sewn those funny little ends up.
Yeah, so this is the underneath, this is the underarm bit here. It's only a very tiny little seam, but I thought let's throw in some technique. Now, it says to finish it off with an overlock, a zigzag, etc, etc. I'm going to show you how to do a French seam. Oh, this very tiny little seam. So I've sewn it with the wrong sides together,
Okay.
which is not normal when we're dressmaking, usually it's right sides together. But French seam. 1.5 centimetre seam allowance, so I've sewn a centimetre.
Okay.
I only want a tiny little French seam under the arm. And now I've sewn it together, I'm just going to trim it right back, so it's just under 0.5 centimetre.
Got you. So that's really trimmed back.
So really trim back there. Then what we now do is flip it so we've got the right sides together. What you do at home, I'm not going to bother here, I'm just going to finger press it because it's nice and it holds a crease, this fabric, is put it right sides together now along that seam, and then we're just going to sew 0.5 centimetre.
Got
down there.
you. So you did a 1 centimetre first, now you're doing the half.
Yeah.
That's the 1.5 centimetre.
Seam allowance.
You've just sewn it in 2 lots.
Basically, yeah.
Understood.
But this is a real pro technique and a really nice finish as well. Now, talking about finish, just quickly, on the triple crepe, I would advise it's best with all the finishing to follow the instructions. If you've got an overlock or zigzag, and just do a single turned hem. Because it's got that bounce, doing a double turned hem is going to be trickier on that crepe.
Yeah.
On this though, a double turned hem will be lovely because it'll hold it. So we've now got, and then you'll give that another press, you see. But you've now got the seam. Do you see the seam's enclosed? So you've finished it off really, really
No raw
nicely.
edges at all. It's
No
beautiful.
raw edges. We don't want raw edges. And then all that will happen there then is you will match your notches like any sleeve. So 1 notch for the front, 2 notches for the back, and a single notch at the shoulder point. You'll match those notches and you'll sew that sleeve in.
Do we have to ease it in?
There's a little bit of ease. There's always a bit of ease in a sleeve head. There's not a load of ease in this one.
No.
Just because it's not been drafted with lots and lots. So that's all good.
Good, excellent.
What you do as well, because it's easier, is you'll hem this sleeve before you put it in.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, just because you've just got the sleeve to deal with then. So again, talking of a double turned hem, what you can do is you can then press this over. Now it says to turn up 1 centimetre. So if we're going to do a double turned hem, it's only going to be a tiny pin hem really.
Right.
So you can turn it up 1/2 centimetre and then another 1/2 centimetre.
Yeah.
2 ways to do this. You could press it, but because it's a curved hem, I'm going to show you another little trick now.
Oh, lovely.
How to do a little...
Top tips from us too.
I'm doing this by eye, but you can measure it if you want and pin and all that lot. But I'm just going to turn it over 1/2 centimetre, single turn.
Right.
I'm only going to do it on a bit of it, so
Yeah.
you get the idea. Right? And this is a really good tip for doing a pin hem or a rolled hem on a curved edge. So turning up 1/2 centimetre. And curved edges always work better with a narrower hem.
Yes. Just easier to turn, aren't they?
So I do a bit of it there, look, right, and then I'm just, you do that all the way round, but I'm just for demonstration purposes. Okay, so I secured that up, and with a nice press, that'll look lovely. And then all I'm going to do then is turn it up again. And I'm going to allow those stitches, because I stitch on the edge, to sit at the bottom. And you can do this really without pressing it, because you're putting basically 2 rows of stitching in. One's to stabilise and one's to secure the hem.
And this is often done on particularly the lower edge of pockets, isn't it? Before you turn them.
Yes, can be.
Before you fold a pocket under, just to sort of almost, I don't know, create the turn.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm describing that very well.
The only thing with this method, obviously use a thread that's of, you know, a complementary colour to what you're sewing. I'm sewing for contrast so you can see it.
Yeah.
But there we go. I've just now sewn the hem in place. So what happens now is you get this beautiful little pin hem or rolled hem, and you will have, you could be able to see it on the camera, you've got 2 rows of stitching on the wrong side. There, which is on the inside anyway. It looks neat. It's almost like a flat
really
fell
nice.
seam.
Yeah, yeah.
And on the right side, you'll just have your
that's lovely.
one. But that's a really easy way to create that pin hem. Obviously, you do that all the way around, and then set the sleeve in.
You wouldn't use a rolled hem foot at all?
You can use a rolled hem foot, but what I find with a rolled hem foot, Stuart, is that it works great on a straighter or very gradual curve. But if you've got quite a steep curve with a rolled hem foot, it is very, very tricky to keep that fabric feeding through and actually, you know, getting around tighter curves. So
fair enough.
I tend to use that, and to be honest, I use that method when I'm doing bridal on rolled hems on satin and things, because it gives the best result.
Looks beautiful, both sides actually.
Yeah.
Very smart, very neat.
Yeah.
A few messages. Derek's got in touch to say it's never too early to start prepping for Panto. I'm currently preparing Mother Goose as director and musical director.
Oh.
I played Dame for over 20 years. Love that. Sue's got back in touch to say Adam is Buttons. I bet Stuart would make a great baddie, camped up to the 9th degree, and John as the pantomime Dave. Sue, I think our work is done. Adam as the handsome... Just a minute. Adam as the handsome prince, I'm with you so far. Stuart and John as the ugly sister. Producer Ben as Buttons. No, I think you've nailed it, Chris. I'd be happy to play an ugly sister with very heavy makeup. Hi, boys. John and Stuart would make brilliant ugly sisters. All right, with all their banter. Could design your own costumes. Would be hilarious, Glynis.
Oh my
I agree.
God, we should do it.
We should do it. We should do it. Wendy's gone back to talking about talking to yourself. My husband drives me crazy talking to himself. He says it's because he's an only child, but we've been together for 43 years now. Good job. I love him. Love to you both. Diane says, fabulous demonstrations from Adam. Love the white stitching so that you can actually see what you're sewing. Thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
Very good point.
Sometimes, you know, it's good when there's detailed bits like that I wanted to show you, that so you can see it on telly.
For sure.
I mean, I won't do that in real life. Unless you want to do a contrast top stitch, of course, then go for it.
Yeah.
Right, now I'm just going to explain this bit rather than fully do it. So the best way to stay that neck edge, because it's on the bias, is with some
grab the
cotton tape or some stay tape. I've just got some basic tape here. The pattern recommends 6mm wide, which I know sounds very specific, but you know, just anything that's under the centimetre seam allowance. This is a little bit wider than what you should use, but
and it's
just
this
to
edge here, isn't it?
It's this edge, all the way around the back neck and all the way around the other edge as well.
It's all on the bias. So this is what you need to stabilise.
Yes, because if you don't, this will stretch out as you sew it, and then as you're wearing it, and then, you know, with this type of fabric, you'll then end up with a droopy waistline, and you don't want that. And then it will start to gape.
Can happen anyway. This is something we've seen time and time again on Sewing Bee as well, isn't it? People have been kicked out for this ripply neckline where they've stretched it out of shape.
Yeah.
So how do we avoid it?
This is how you avoid it, and I'll tell you now, you don't have time to do this on Sewing Bee. Well, you'll know.
I walked so others could run, Adam.
You did. You certainly did. Right, there's a stay tape chart, and this is very specific to this pattern, but Lisa is giving you all the measurements you need, right? So all I'm going to do is take my tape measure, and I'm going to take my length of tape. I'm going to give myself some insurance and put a mark just in about an inch or so from the end of my tape at the moment. So that's my first mark. And then what I'm going to do is literally take these measurements. So front bodice, so we're starting here, is for the size I've done, size 12, 44.7 centimetres. So you're going to measure along at 44.7 centimetres.
Which is very, very precise.
Very, very precise indeed. But that's because the pattern's been designed precisely.
Yeah, yeah.
So there we go. I'm just using a friction pen. So that's one mark there. Then I'm going to mark the yoke section length of the tape, which is 7.5 centimetres on all sizes. So there we go. And then I'm going to mark the back neck section to the centre back. So the back neck section is 9.1 centimetres. Okay, so that will take me to the centre back. You with me?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I've now divided my tape for half of the garment. Then all we do is go back and measure in reverse. So now I start with the back neck. I'm on inches there, but you do 9.1, 9.1, and then you do your yoke at 7.5, and then you do your front body section. Easy?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
Then what you do, because now what we want is to ease the fabric onto the tape. Okay.
Because the tape is the thing that is completely stable.
Yes.
The fabric can stretch and move.
Yeah.
So we need to make the fabric stable.
Absolutely. That's what we're doing. So I get myself insurance of about that inch there, just in case I need a little bit more on it. But really, we're going to the wrong side of the fabric now. And we're just going to take a pin, and you're going to pin at those points. So that's the very bottom of the bodice. Then my next point is at the yoke.
So that's right on that seam line.
That's right on that seam line. Gotcha. You'll have thinner tape than what I've got, but I'm using this just to demonstrate. Now, if you haven't got tape, you could stabilise these edges with a little bit of cut interfacing in strips, but really you want to stabilise that as soon as you've cut it and not move it.
Right.
Because as soon as you start moving it and handling it, that bias edge is going to stretch.
Yes.
The other way you could do it is you could stay stitch it as well. But by far, for this dress particularly, because it's a wrap and the style and the bias on the edge, on the neckline, this is the best way. This will give you the best result.
Yeah, because presumably every time you wear it, you've got the potential to stretch
Yeah.
that edge out of shape, haven't you? So
That's
this will
it.
keep it stable for good,
That's
really.
it, exactly. So I've done half of it there already. Now you'll see, maybe with the cotton it won't be as much, although it has stretched a little bit. Look, can you see
Yeah,
there?
I can see that.
There's some ease in that. So all you're then going to do is ease it onto the tape, and you just got to use your thumb and forefinger and just, it's ease, not enough for it to pucker under the machine, but just enough to just ease it onto it. It's an art that kind of you get used to the more you do it. It's like easing a sleeve in. So you'll do that, you'll ease it onto the tape, and then that is then securing it, and then you'll just stitch that on all the way around.
Okay.
And Lisa, so over it says to stitch it from the back neck down to the front, and again back neck down to the front. That just halves the job and makes it easier.
Got you.
And then
And you're moving outwards as well.
that's exactly it. And then, you know, and I've got that little bit of insurance of an inch or so if I need it. And then what will happen is you'll then overlock that edge or finish it off in some way with a zigzag overcast, and then you'll turn it over the centimetre and stitch it down, and that's what gives you
a lovely neat finish, and it is really firm and stable.
That's not going anywhere now.
No,
so
it
it's
really
not
isn't.
gonna bite, it's not gonna stretch out and gape, because you don't, that's the last thing you want.
You see, that would make Esme and Patrick very happy.
It would do, yeah. A bit of cotton stay tape. If only they gave them time.
From your lips to God's ears, what can you say? Absolutely, absolutely. Have you been watching avidly?
I've been watching a little bit, yeah, I'll be honest, I've got to catch up on a little bit. I've been so busy with, you know, sewing now. Costumes, bit of bridal going on, you know. This takes time to prep for here and make the samples and stuff, so yeah. But I love my sewing room in my new house. Oh, I'm so lucky. But you've got a studio as well, haven't you?
I do.
That's
It is
fab.
an absolute joy. Yeah, it's wonderful. Are you settling into the new house?
Absolutely loving it. Absolutely loving it.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's just good to have that space. So yeah, there you go. And
There you
then
go.
just to finish off, the skirt, the ties are bagged out and sewn to the inside, and the skirt is 3 pieces: 1 back piece cut in the fold and 2 front pieces, and it's finished off with an overlock or a zigzag single turn.
Perfect.
If I was doing it out of the lawn, I'd do the hem out of a nice double turn.
Do a
hem.
double hem on that, yeah. But there you go, easy peasy.
There you go.
Beginner friendly, confident beginner friendly. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you, Adam.
No, thank you.
You're a star.
Pleasure, love it.
We've got you for another hour at 11 o'clock.
If you'll have me.
There would be so many complaints if we didn't, Adam. We would get so many complaints if we didn't. Right, do we need to recap, Ben? Small patterns sold out. The 18 to 30, we'll put those details. Half the stock's gone though. It's £17. Remember, you get 2 different hems, a lower at the back, shorter at the front, or an even hem all round. You get 2 different sleeves, the flutter sleeve or the longer sleeve. What is it, but about mid-forearm?
Yeah, it's about
Mid-forearm.
3/4 length.
Lovely, like that. And remember, of course, we have got those bundles of fabric. We've got the triple crepes in black, ochre, kingfisher and bottle. And we've also got those beautiful lawns, remember, in the cream. The navy has sold out, by the way, of the lawn. And we've also got the grey. So have a look for those on the website. We are going to go to a little break now.
Fabulous.
So let's go for a cappuccino in your Winnebago.
Yes.
And let's talk about Stanley.
Fabulous. Let's do it. And the photo shoot you've got coming for your book.
Fabulous photo shoot.
Let's
do
catch up.
And I'll see you after this break.
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders, I mean from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice. The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations. Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm the soft craft expert for Crafter's Companion. I come from London and I've been sewing pretty much all my life. I particularly enjoy doing embroidery. I'm really keen on that, but my background is dressmaking and also sort of patchwork and quilting. So I do an awful lot of sewing for all sorts of different things. I suppose once you start sewing, you start doing lots of other kinds of sewing. So particularly got into needlepoint during lockdown, but I suppose embroidery is probably my real passion. My mum was a costume designer, so we were always sort of surrounded by bits of fabric and material and ribbons and that kind of thing. And I was always making teddies and my dolls' clothes as a small child. So it was just something that was quite natural. And in fact, I've got so used to being able to sew, it's just become a natural sort of part of what I do. I'm always fiddling around with fabric, as my husband puts it, making something new, trying something out. Always measure twice, cut once. I'm a great one for not doing that and I always regret it. And making sure that you've got an iron to hand is really important. I use a tiny little, sort of almost like a travel iron that I have right next to my desk when I'm working, so it doesn't take up too much space.
Hi, Stuart Hillard here, and I'm super excited to launch my brand new fabric range this Friday here on Sewing Street. It's called Blue Skies and Nutmeg. So this brand new range features chickens and vintage florals, yarn-dyed plaids and checks, and also some gorgeous stripes. It's perfect for children's wear, for adult wear, dressmaking, home deck. Brilliant for making bags. I've got a few different examples here. And then of course, perfect for making a quilt or two for your home as well. Make sure you join me this Friday here on Sewing Street for the brand new launch of my brand new range, Blue Skies and Nutmeg.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Oh, well, that was a very, very quick cappuccino in Adams, Winnebago, but thank goodness he's got staff in there to make it. That's all I can say. Now, in this hour, we've got some gorgeous fabrics, some beautiful viscose fabrics, which would be absolutely ideal for the sew over it Eve dress. So I've got the patterns right here. If you bought the Eve dress, but you're thinking, I'd really like something floaty, floral, or something a bit brighter, and you want to know how much fabric you'd need, these are fabrics by the half metre. Send a message in. I can have a little look on the back of the packet, tell you how much you'll need. So, a little offer there. We know that for a size 30, it would take 4 metres, but if you need to know something in between, let me know. Let's start off, can we, with this absolutely delightful floral. This ends 06. Now, this is proper, like, tea dress, wedding. Isn't that beautiful? It's £7.99 per half metre. It is not sheer. It is not see-through at all. It's got a lovely opaqueness to it, but it is so lovely and light. Those gathers in the yoke would look absolutely beautiful in this fabric. It's going to hang beautifully. It's got enough weight, but it's also lovely and light. That is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. It's called Coral Carnation and it's £7.99 a half metre. So for example, if you were making the Eve dress in a 14, okay, you would need, for the short sleeve version, 3.5 metres, 7 units, £56, just about, thereabouts. That's gorgeous, isn't it? And that's your wedding outfit all sorted. It's really lovely. Also, that would be beautiful. Tracy Dennis does lots of lovely kimono style jackets, shell tops, things like that. You could make a shell top out of a metre of that. Less than £16. Make a lovely shell top out of that. Next one I'm going to grab ends 16. This again, absolutely perfect for the Eve dress. This is a viscose chalice lawn, so it's got that lovely coolness to it and that lovely drape. Again, not at all see-through, although it is super light. Look at the float on that. It's just lovely. So pretty and feminine without being huge floral. It's a small print. Just very, very flattering. I think that's lovely. £9.99 per half metre. Again, think about that for the Eve dress. Or a little camisole top. Little wraparound skirt would be beautiful. Ben, lovely suggestion there. Really nice. Now, next up, I'm loving this, ending 6-7. This has got a real cool vibe to it. Yeah. Now, I'm not quite sure, would you wear it that way up? Or would you wear it that way? I suppose the question I'm asking is, are you Arthur? Or are you Martha? I haven't got a clue. Hi Stuart, Vonnie here again. Could you let me know how much fabric I need for the dress in a size 12 or 14, please? Thank you, sweetie. Vonnie, of course I will, my darling. Right, so for version 1, that's the one with the flutter sleeves. That, for a size 12 or a 14, you need 3.5. 3.5 metres will do anything from a 12 to a 16. And if you wanted the longer sleeved version, you'd want between, well, 3.8 metres for each of those, so very slightly more. So if you had 4 metres, you'd have enough for either. That would work beautifully. That would work beautifully. I think probably that way up, isn't it? That away. That would work too, I think. Floaty trousers, beautiful palazzo pants. Any of that. It's delicious, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous, that. It's a real cool fabric, isn't it? And I'm joking about Arthur and Martha. We've actually got goats called Arthur and Martha. Yeah, and they're so gorgeous. And Martha, she's got a white back, but she's got a beautiful heart-shaped splodge, perfect heart shape, right in the centre of her spine, on her back, in like auburn. So pretty. I'll take a picture of it. Don't know why I mentioned that, but it's very cute. Lovely, lovely fabric, that. This is the chalice, isn't it? This is the chalice, yeah. Really gorgeous. Again, fine, floaty, super lightweight. There isn't really any stretch in these, so easy to work with. You are still going to get that lovely drape and shaping across the bust though, remember, because that edge is cut on the bias. So you still get all those benefits, but without any of the trickiness of a stretchy fabric. So ideal, really. So we've got a few other patterned fabrics, but I'll get to them. I wanted to stick to ones that had a similar weight. So I've got some plains now, but something with a bit more va-va-voom. This ends 60. This is proper lipstick pink, isn't it? Sorry about the creasing. It's been bundled up in someone's pocket, I think. But it is gorgeous. Now, composition-wise, what fabric is this, please, Ben? Is this a viscose? Yeah, this is a viscose chalice as well. Yeah, that's lovely. Again, that would be beautiful for this dress, for the Eve dress. It would also be really lovely just for a simple top, simple skirt, just in a really vibrant colour. Would also work really well with navy, wouldn't it? Maybe make the dress but navy accessories. Like a bit of bright pink or orange. Oh, I love orange, bright orange and bright pink together. Beautiful. That is £2.99 a half metre. Just a second, missed that bit out completely. £2.99 per half metre. So again, look, shell tops, camisole tops, you know, a nice little top with that flutter sleeve. It's a summer wardrobe, isn't it? Actually, a little shell or camisole top and a pair of floaty wide leg trousers. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Love that. What a price. Does that mean this is going to be £2.99 too, ending 98? Oh, I want to grab an iron. Thank you. Oh, lovely. Sorry, Ben, say that again for me, love. £2.99. Again, this is in the denim colour. This is in the denim. Just excuse the creases. John Scott's had it in his back pocket. Oh, of course it'll press out. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Bring me my iron. Bring back my iron. Next one, this is like a deep clarity. This is very classy. This ends 90. A lady in red is dancing with me, cheek to cheek. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Absolutely lovely. How wide is this fabric? How wide is this fabric? Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. It is 56 wide, 56 inches. That's a gorgeous, that is a really gorgeous colour, isn't it? That's beautiful. If you like bold colour, but not bright colour, perfect. Absolutely perfect. Is it giving you Little Red Riding Hood? I look more like the wolf dressed up as grandma, don't I? Still auditioning for that panto. No one's got in touch as yet to offer me a role, but I hold out hope. I live in hope. And then the last one is ending 10. And again, this is just a very, very classy, beautiful, it's a gorgeous colour, isn't it? It's an absolutely gorgeous colour. This sort of moss green. Oh, a lovely message here for Adam. Adam was really fabulous, and I loved the white stitching. Wasn't it good on a demo to really be able to see the sewing? Like that, I shall encourage more guests to do the same thing, and me. That is lovely. Again, £2.99. Now, if you think about it, let me grab the Eve dress, and let's do a size 20 Eve dress, version 2. You'd need, well, it's 3.8, so we'll call it 4. That's 8 units. £24 to make the dress. £24. And wouldn't that look absolutely beautiful? Absolutely beautiful. It's got that drape, it's got enough weight that it will hang beautifully, but it's light, it's wearable every day. And also as well, let's be honest, if you're going to a wedding, an event or work or just an all-day thing and you want to be cool and comfortable, this is beautiful on my skin. It's so soft and light and cool and breathable, but it looks really stylish. Love that. What a bargain for £2.99 a half metre. Well, sometimes you just got to grab those bargains when you see them, and whether you've got something in mind for it right now or not, if it's your colour and you like dressmaking, it's a brilliant one. As I say, the Eve dress, gorgeous. Can I just let you know, by the way, the fuchsia pink sold out, the denim blue has sold out, the green, half the stock, the claret, we're okay. A third's gone, and that's a big stock as well. So if you're loving any of those, absolutely grab them. Bargains, the bargains. Right, let's grab a couple more. Can I grab these two? Because I do love a shirting. I love a shirting, and it's so hard to find. Now, of course, you know me, I do love my bright, leery, patterned shirts, but I also love classic kind of, this is very Ralph Lauren, isn't it? It's very, can we meet at the country club? Shall we do lunch? We'll have martinis and probably something like fish. Yeah, play around. Not play around, obviously, that's not what I meant. I meant play around. Anyway, moving on. Let's start with 9-7. Talk about getting yourself a reputation. So, navy and white, absolutely classic, navy and white pinstripe, but then with this little woven green square, absolutely gorgeous. Web image doesn't do this justice. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous, super soft, lovely and light as well. So perfect shirting weight. Steph's got in touch saying, morning mum, Stuart, rather. Morning mum. Morning Stuart. Mum says she likes your shirt. I agree. Thank you both. Kisses for both of you. Thank you. Yeah, this is a new purchase and I love it. It's from Next. I didn't make it, but it's from Next. Yeah, but if I did, this is lovely too. Gorgeous. I can't wear these on air though. I would wear these shirts on air because I'd wear these at home a lot, but do you see what it does it strobes, so we're not allowed to wear stripes like this, which is awful for me because I love these, and also I can't wear twill weave, that lovely twill, can't wear that either because it strobes. But it's beautiful. So that's that one. And then the other one, again, I would wear in equal measure. This ends 7-2. And this is navy. But again, you've got that little, almost like a pinstripe in it, with a little creamy white square. But again, it's just lush, isn't it? 100% cotton. Oh yeah. Would you wear a dark suit with this? Dark suit? See, I think I'd wear jeans, tan brown. I'd wear tan. Yeah. I'd wear tan. Tan, like boots, with probably blue jeans, tan belt, that, and a cowboy hat probably. Well, and maybe the Ilford jacket. Beautiful, beautiful. So hard to find shirtings. Right, next up, this is rather lovely. I'm liking this. This ends 5-6. This is a linen, isn't it? This is a linen. Is this a linen blend or is it? Yeah, linen viscose. Do you see? Because it's not creasing. It's not creasing. So absolutely brilliant. If you love the look, the feel, the drape of linen, but you hate the fact that it really creases, this is ideal. My mum would like this because she loves that look and feel, but not the creasiness. So this, well, you iron it when you're making the garment, but then you iron it before you go out, but then you stay looking fresh and neat all day long. Yeah, so if you're sitting down, it won't seat or crease either. That's lovely. Now, this again would be suitable for the Eve dress. Good price as well, £6.99 a half metre. No, it's lovely. Really nice. Or team this with black. You can make a little top out of this, and maybe with a black jacket, black skirt. That would be lovely. Yeah, maybe something with a bit of a kind of, a scooped neck. You know what I mean? This kind of effect around the neckline would be rather nice in this, and then just kind of lovely, pretty, really pretty. Linen print ecru. Gorgeous. Oh, a message, lovely. Don't forget to get your messages in. Good morning. What was the code for the black crepe fabric for the dress? We'll get it for you, Susan. No problem. We'll put it on air right here, right now. So it was a black triple crepe. It was a 4-metre bundle. Here are the graphics for you. There we go. AU6693. Awesome. Thanks, Ben. Now, next up, shall we do the navy and the camel? Do you love camel? Camel's lovely. Let's start with that. This is a suiting. This ends 6-8. Oh, see, my mum's got a lovely suit in this colour. Beautiful. Really suits her. So this is a viscose suiting. Now, again, I think this would be suitable for the Eve dress. This would be suitable because this is quite a similar feel and drape to the triple crepe. It hasn't got as much stretch, but it's got a little, I mean, on the bias, of course, and on the lengthwise grain, it's still got a little bit of stretch. No, I think that would behave very similarly to the triple crepe. So I think that would also be suitable, and that would be very classy, wouldn't it? In the Eve dress, lovely camel, shoes as well. Very nice, very nice, very smart, very classy. But of course also good skirts, jackets, that kind of thing. We've got navy suiting as well. This ends 5-1. It's a good opportunity, this, to stock up on fabrics for your stash. We often talk about a quilter's stash, but a dressmaker's stash is just as important. But of course there we're speculatively buying a larger quantity of one fabric. So typically most dressmakers know what size bundle they need to buy for making their size of dress. somewhere between 2.5 and 4 metres generally. Hi Stuart, what about a jumpsuit? Tracy, as the young folks would say, I am down. That sounds fabulous. A jumpsuit. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. With pleats into the waist. Go a bit 80s style. Lovely. Got to wear a wide belt then and button earrings, am I right? Big button earrings in a nice bright colour. Shoulder pads. Big hair. Oh, do you know, the 80s were fabulous. I was a teenager in the 80s and it was a wonderful time. There was so much fun, there was so much colour, so much pattern, so much peacockery. Do you know what I mean? There was just, boys and girls were all peacocks. Everyone had big, fabulously coloured hair and beautiful things. Young people certainly, and well, everybody, I think. I don't know if my dad necessarily had big hair, but you know, a lot of people did. Leg warmers, the kids from Fame. Can't go wrong with navy suiting, can you really? That would make a lovely jumpsuit, it would make a lovely skirt and jacket, make a lovely fitted dress as well. This is £4.99. This is a navy stretch, polyviscose suiting. That's a real bargain. That's a real bargain. That would be lovely for trousers as well. Very nice for trousers. Catherine's got in touch to say, watching you in between doing a declutter. I'm proud of you, Catherine. Well done. Cardboard bins belonging to me and my neighbour are full now. Glad they're getting emptied later. Why is this bin so small? No, it's true. Well, when you want to fill it, it's too small. Probably a lot of the time, and in my recycling bins, I struggle to fill some of them. It's like the green bin, isn't it? In the winter, who fills their green bin? In the spring and summer, you need 3. You know, for your garden waste, that kind of thing. Oh. What's a green bin, says Ben. Oh, now then, 80. Ending 80. This is very nice. That's lovely. This is marble stretch polyviscose suiting. Marble is the colour, it's that grey marl. Oh, that's lovely. Really nice. Really nice. Just a little bit of stretch there. Just a little bit of stretch, actually more than a little bit. It'd be nice and stable to work with, but also would be a lovely fit on, say, for example, like dress pants, as they say in the States, dress trousers. Lovely. Yeah, but you see how it all pings back? It's lovely. Right, should we do the last? Why have I got 2? They're exactly the same. Are they the same? Okay. One's 96 and one's 06. Right. But they are the same fabric. They are absolutely the same fabric. Aren't they? Back me up, guys. Back me up. It's been mislabeled, hasn't it? All right, that's enough. Well, I'm going to leave that one. Right. Yep. Right. Rosalie Blossoms shirting fabric, £8.49. Don't buy that because this one, Rosalie Blossoms cotton poplin fabric, is £7.99. And is it the same thing? It's not a poplin though, Ben. I don't know. All right. We'll leave that for now. Right. We talked about clapper earlier on with Adam. And these are fab. It's a wooden iron. But it's kind of, well, they're brilliant. They're absolutely brilliant. £19.99. It's beechwood. And you can use it for pressing your points, but you can also use it as a clapper. So you can use it this way or this way. Quilters, you can also use this. So what you do essentially is you press your seam, and it might be to one side, it might be open. So this might be dressmaking, it might be home decor, it might be bag making or patchwork and quilting. And then once you've pressed it, straight away, put your clapper on top and then just leave it on top of the fabric while it cools down. And essentially, I think it's a bit like a blow wave on your hair, like where you have, you know, that sort of heat and then the cool, and it sort of sets the shape. It's doing exactly the same thing. If you think when you iron fabric and then you instantly lift it off, it's still warm, it's still maybe even steamy, and it can recrease. But if you put your clapper on top of it and let it cool for 10 or 15 seconds, you get a much, much crisper, cleaner press. It's also absolutely brilliant if you're working with fabrics that you can't press. So this is what you would do. You would grab your early bird, your wool pressing mat. Again, you would iron your wool pressing mat. Maybe this is a silk, maybe this is a really synthetic fabric, maybe it's got beads on it, maybe it's got embellishments or embroideries that you can't really iron. So iron your wool pressing mat first, lay your fabric on top of it, and then put your clapper on top of that. Same with things like vinyls, faux leathers, to take that crease out. The heat of the wool pressing mat then will come up through the fabric, your clapper will hold it flat, and it will kind of set in that flat shape. Really useful to have, and they're the kind of thing you buy once, and unless you lose it, it will last you forever. It will last you forever. Ain't that the truth? So that's the clapper. Now our early bird, I'm just going to recap because it's such a brilliant one and so useful. Should be £24.99. My first wool pressing mat was £50. Our early bird price is £19.99. This is 42 centimetres by 29.7 centimetres, which if you work in old money like me is 16 and a half inches by 11 and a half inches. Absolutely brilliant to have. Dressmakers, quilters, we all need one of these. All right. Can we have a look at a few books? Oh no, I've got this book. This is lovely. This is absolutely lovely, this book. Lotta Jansdotter. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It really is. It's a lovely book. Easy sew pieces to mix and match. My lovely friend Joanne, I bought this book for, and she's just thrilled with it. It's so her style as well. Let me show you. Lotta is on social media a lot, and she's just brilliant. She has these lovely sort of tunic shapes, sort of loose, elegant. Works a lot with linens and cottons and blends in these sort of graphic modern prints, or in sort of solids or semi-solids. It's a beautiful, beautiful book. You've got all your full-size patterns in the back. Let me just show you some of the patterns that you've got. They've all got layout guides as well in the back as well. I think nearer the front, here we go. Just love, beautiful, that skirt. You've got tops, you've got jackets, you've got these sort of tunic shirts. This is beautiful, absolutely lovely designs. Lovely relaxed fit. If you love Sew Me Something, if you love Sew Girl patterns, you've got headbands and headscarves, you've got a bag in there, cute little skirt. That's gorgeous, isn't it? And a lot of the garments as well are gender neutral. So for example, this Kiko jacket looks awesome. A robe there, that's lovely. The pin pants, those are beautiful, aren't they? That's a lovely dress. Really timeless, really elegant, easy to wear. That's a beautiful bodice, isn't it? Empire line. So cool. Beautiful. Oh, that looks great in the stripes too, doesn't it? The shirt dress. And, you know, suits a wide variety of body types and shapes, and also different ages. Really timeless, absolutely lovely. It's £19.99, Lotte Jansdotter everyday patterns. And remember, you do get all your full-size patterns in the back. Gorgeous, love that. Now, next up, this is Juliet Uzor, who won, I think, season 6 of the Sewing Bee, wasn't it? You will be able to sew your own clothes by the end of this book. We like that. We like that. And what Juliet's done in this book is she's gone through all those basics, so things like the right fabrics, how to take your measurements, how to get the right fit by adjusting your sewing patterns, how to use cutting layouts, and then all of those important skills, sewing your seams, reducing bulk, making darts, pressing, binding. And then within there, you've got lots of different projects. There's a top, there's a dress, tiered skirt, sweatshirt, a pinafore dress, another dress, a duster coat, a princess seam dress, and a wrap dress. And then you've also got upcycling. So she shows you how to turn a shirt into a skirt, adding flutter sleeves to a dress or top. Well, we were all about the flutter sleeves this morning. Turning old jeans into a bag, a scrap fabric belt, a simple headband, and pockets. Beautiful. It's a lovely book. It's a lovely book. There we go, little flutter sleeves. Gorgeous, gorgeous. And then our last book, Nanny Hero. Nanny Hero, we love her books. We love her books. Naomi Ito, Japanese style. Oh my goodness me. It's just got so many devotees. It really has. Again, it's that super cool, kind of effortless, chic and stylish, simple, wearable. Gorgeous. Oh, that's cool. I love that. See, it's interesting, isn't it, when something will work in a very plain, simple style, but then you can also really sort of make it completely. That's beautiful. Colour blocking, I'm there for it. Oh, that's a lovely print. Oh, stripes. Yes, I love stripes, and vertical stripes are very talliening, aren't they? Talliening? Is that a word? I always remember years ago when I was at university, I had a summer job once working in a bakery, and a lady came up to the counter and she said, "What's the most thinning cake you sell?" I thought that was fabulous. She had her tongue very much in cheek, you know, but she asked me for the most thinning cake. The most thinning cake we had, I think it was a donut. It was either that or a slab of lardy cake. I think that's what I ended up selling her anyway. Love that hat. Gorgeous. Just fab. Just fab. Oh, that's nice too. This is beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. It's, you know what? The thing is, I know that this is some of your style, absolutely, and some of you this is absolutely not your style. This is why it's so awesome that we have different authors, different books, different styles, because actually, here's the bottom line: if you go on the high street, that really ain't my style. You know what I mean? most of the time, and that's why a lot of us do dress make or really have to search out our clothes. You know, when you find your style and you can dress make, I mean, that is truly liberating. It's so liberating, it really is. All right, now the lamp. I love this. We had this in black before. We've just got it in the black and white. I love it. I love it. It's £9.99. It look. That is like a mobile phone almost, isn't it? It's about the size of a mobile phone. You can put that in your pocket. I'm always talking about needing extra lighting. Look. And you've got, look here. You see, you've got side lights, main beam. You've also got magnifier. And you've got really manoeuvrable, positionable, isn't it? Looks like a llama. Cool. That's so cool though, I love it. It's absolutely brill. Battery operated, AAA batteries, not included by the way, but look, you literally slip that in your pocket. That is cool, I love that. I love that little black one. Charlie and I now, whenever we go out for dinner, we always have to get our phones out. Light on the menu. How many times do you see that in a restaurant? And actually, you know, Charlie and I both really, we don't like getting phones out when we're out for dinner or together spending time, you know, put the phones away. And we both know that we're only getting our phones out because we're using the light. But then there's that temptation to, oh, I'll just see if I've got an email or a text. No, no, no. Leave the phones at home. Use this instead. This is great. Really good. Just having that extra lighting on a menu, on a book, on a knitting pattern, or on a quilt pattern, a cross-stitch chart. Read a book. Read a book. That's really cool. Nikki in Hampshire's got in touch to say, morning Stuart, I love the lamp. It's just what I need for the hand sewing that I am doing. It's ideal, isn't it, Nikki? Because you've got the lighting, but you've also, if you need it, you've got the magnification as well. It's a strong magnifier, it is. What is it, 1.5 times? 1.5 times magnification. I'll be honest with you, yesterday I was having a look at reading glasses. 3 times magnification. Awesome, that's great. Well, even to just have this next to your sewing machine for things like threading up, things like that. Or if you need to, you know, know the stitch number or whatever, because I find if I'm wearing my contact lenses, I can't see close up. They're great for distance, but I suppose because now what I do, if I'm wearing my glasses, I look over the top of them if I'm very, very close. So, and you can't do that with contacts, but this is ideal. I'm not ready for reading glasses. I'm just not ready for them. And actually, my optician has told me not to use them until I really have to. So yeah, he said I don't need them. He said I don't need them because I can read four paragraphs below the point at which they say you need reading glasses. I can still read 4 sizes smaller than that, but I can't get this far away from a sewing machine needle to thread it. I can't do that. It's very job specific. Anyway, £9.99, that's a really good buy. That's a really good buy. Half the stock is gone. It's brand new today. We've had the white one before. This is the black and white, which is really smart and chic, isn't it? And just so portable. It's very, very nicely made too, as well. And just to mention as well, look, at each of these joints, you've got little screws. So, I mean, it's holding its shape beautifully, but if over time, if this did go loose, you can tighten them. So it's easy enough. It's easy enough. And it's got that magnification, 3 times magnification, which you can use or not use. And of course you can still use that without the magnification as well. Very nice little buy, that. Gorgeous. Love that. Now then, we've got, I tell you what, can I just grab this, which is the needle grabber, or for turning as well. You can use this for pulling thin tubes through as well. Toy stuffing as well. So basically they're not scissors, these are, it's what would you call that? Etched, the edge inside there, serrated, ribbed. Good. I think these are called hemostat scissors, aren't they really? Do you know, when I did Sewing Bee Christmas special with the fabulous Anne Rowley, she made a teddy bear, and she'd got, now they were actual proper surgeon's ones, because her aunt, I think, had been a surgeon, and she'd given her a pair of them, and she used to use, and she'd still got them from about the 1920s. Fabulous. She used to use for pulling points through or for turning dolls and things like that. She used it. So you do that, and you don't have to grip. You actually, look here, you've got a little, you click it, shut, and so that's now, they're locked, closed, and then you separate them. Really, it's ever so useful. And also for things like gripping the needle. Now, when you're sewing these on, especially when you're going through lots of layers, like bows linar form, wool fabric as well, it's really thick. And when you're sewing this part on and you're having to get your hand inside the bag and trying to pull a needle through, just use these. Just use these. For $8.99, they'll sit in your sewing basket, and I'm going to be absolutely honest with you, lots of the time you will never touch them, but then when you do need them, they will be there for $8.99. It is not worth not having them. It's not worth not having them. Holding the needle on your machine as you're changing it, so it doesn't drop down into your machine. Brilliant tip from Charlie, our director there. Oh my goodness, Charlie, you've been listening. You wonder kid. Fabulous. Okay, love those. Love those. We've got some Taylor Seville pins as well. Talking of, you know, these little refinements that we make to our sewing kit over the years, often with experience, or, you know, someone in a class, or you watch Sewing Street and you see something where you think, actually, you know what, that's just going to elevate what I do. So let's start with the extra long Taylor Seville pins. Oh, these are lovely and fine. These are lovely fine pins. Beautiful. Extra long as well, with that comfort grip. Easy to pick up and hold. And also as well, this is heat resistant. So if you catch that with your iron, it's not going to melt. Yeah, bright colour as well. You'd be able to see those if you dropped them, wouldn't you? Yeah, love the Taylor Seville pins. You get 50 for $12.99. They come in this little case, which is really rather smart. And these are pins, definitely. They're a luxury pin, and they feel like it. They use like a luxury pin. You know, they're beautiful. 2¼ inches long, by the way. Fab, love those. And then we've also got patchwork pins, fine patchwork pins. So we're going to use these for holding our patchwork together while we either machine or hand sew it. So again, nice and fine pin, really super sharp, pierce the fabric easily, and then they've got that comfort grip head, which is heat resistant. 50, oh, 100. 100 in there for £19.99. Little treat. Nice little treat there. Right then. Should we do the hams? This completely through, we've got a new floor manager called Alex, and he's still learning our funny ways, of course. And during one of the shows, we had to ask him if he could get us a ham, and he just was like, what is this, some kind of cookery show? Am I supposed to go to a deli? Anyway, shall we start with the ham? This is the ham, the hamon, the jambon. Le ham, £11.99. This is a So Easy Tailor's pressing ham, and you might be thinking, what's this for? What's this for? Well, in patchwork, of course, we're sewing things that are very flat usually, but in dressmaking, in home decor, in bag making, we tend to make three-dimensional shapes out of fabric. So we've gone to great trouble to cut and dart and seam and sew fabric into three-dimensional shapes. And then if you put it flat on an ironing board and slap an iron on it, all that careful shaping's ruined. With your ham, things like your shoulder, your sleeve, even the centre back seam. Now I'm going to tell you something. The centre back seam that I pressed for Adam earlier on, on the Eve dress, he said I'd done a lovely job, and from the inside it looked like I'd done a lovely job. The seam was all pressed open, but actually I noticed when I turned it over, because it's got a bit of a curve, I'd made a little fold in that seam. Did any of you spot that? Now you wouldn't have got that if I'd pressed this on a tailor's ham, so you would have draped it over and pressed, and it would have maintained that curve in the seam. So these are so important to have, but again, they're the kind of thing that, yes, you can manage without, but you will get little tucks and pleats, and you will flatten things that are supposed to be rounded. These are ace for bag makers as well, because you can put them inside a bag to pad it out while you press from the top. So perhaps when you've done your seam, like on this bag here, okay, I'll just take out the padding. So if you wanted to press along this seam, you can actually put the ham inside, okay, and then you can press that seam and get that really nice and flattened out without crushing the entire bag. You can get it right up into the corner as well to press that seam out. So they are super useful. So that's our tailor's ham. We've also got a tailor's roll. Again, I want a ham roll. This is the tailor's roll. So again, you can use this for pressing long seams that have a curve in them. Or you can also use these inside cuffs, inside sleeves, or inside a sleeve head as well. And again, for bag making, they are really, really useful. Lynn's just got in touch to say, I've just recently bought this ham and it's a game changer. That's what it's all about, isn't it? It's £8.99, it's £11.99 for something which turns out to be a game changer. It's those little refinements that we don't know about when we start out, but we learn as we go. All right, now next up, can I show you the pattern weights? Pattern weights. So if you've been watching Sewing Bee, this is a little controversial. A lot of the dressmakers, especially on Sewing Bee, I think it became a real thing, use rotary cutters for their cutting out, when they're cutting out their dressmaking, and they freehand cut around their patterns. For something like slippy fabrics, stretchy fabrics, actually rotary cutting is a really smart idea. You would use pattern weights to hold your fabric down. So this is a set of 4 pattern weights. Now it's a little bit controversial because some of us really don't like using a rotary cutter without a ruler to put up against it. But you can use a small ruler as well, just along the edge. if I'm cutting curves out with a rotary cutter, I don't freehand cut. I use a template and I cut and I move it around because I just like that security. But anyway, 4 pattern weights here with a Brit a Brit theme to them. Big Ben and little Union Jack there. I can see the London Eye, and I think possibly Buckingham Palace. Bit Tim Holtzy they are, Kat. They are a bit Tim Holtzy. They've got that slightly grungy look. Yeah. Love the little butterfly. Do you know, I have to listen to so much nonsense in my ear from the gallery sometimes. There being little butterflies in there fluttering around the gallery. So those are our pattern weights. Now, ODIF. Yeah, our Odie coat. Our Odie coat. Now, Odie coat turns regular quick weight cotton into oilcloth. So it's a waterproofing solution. It is like a gel. It's almost like hair gel type stuff, yeah? And usually you get like a little credit card with it, like a little credit card type thing. If you don't get one of these with it, just use an old store card or something like that to spread it out. Or you could even cut out a little shape out of something like a butter tub plastic, something like that, and basically scoop a little bit up and then you scrape it over the surface of your fabric. Now you can do it on the fabric before you make the bag up or whatever you make him, or you can put it on afterwards. Not a bad idea on things like the base of bags that perhaps are going to be in contact with the floor, one coat to make them a bit sort of dirt resistant and a bit where you can wipe them clean. If you add 2 or 3 layers, let them dry in between, it will actually waterproof fabric. If you've used something like an oilcloth or waterproof fabric anyway, and you really want to make sure it is completely kind of watertight, obviously along the seams where you've sewn, you've created little holes, you can actually go in with Odie coat. I use a little child's paintbrush. Well, not a little child, but a child's little paintbrush, dip it in and actually dot into the holes along the seam line just to seal them up and let them dry. So you can use it in a variety of ways, but it's really good stuff. $14.99 for our Odie coat. Right, we are going to go to a little break. When we come back, Adam Brooks will be here with the Ilford jacket, so please don't go anywhere. Hi, Stuart Hillard here, and I'm super excited to launch my brand new fabric range this Friday here on Sewing Street. It's called Blue Skies and Nutmeg. So this brand new range features chickens and vintage florals, yarn-dyed plaids and checks, and also some gorgeous stripes. It's perfect for children's wear, for adult wear, dressmaking, home dec. Brilliant for making bags. I've got a few different examples here. And then of course, perfect for making a quilt or two for your home as well. Make sure you join me this Friday here on Sewing Street for the brand new launch of my brand new range, Blue Skies and Nutmeg.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders. I mean, from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations.
Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hi. Adam and I were just discussing the pattern he's going to design for me. Adam Brooks!
Hello again.
You are back.
I'm back with a vengeance.
With a bang. How are you doing?
Fabulous, yeah. Looking forward to this jacket. It's really, really lovely, this one.
The Ilford. It is gorgeous. It's unisex.
Yeah.
Gender neutral. It's shown on one side on a man, on the other side on a woman. Looks great on both. There's a shorter and a longer line version. Just gorgeous. Can be made in all sorts, woven fabrics, confident beginner level, and this pattern will do everything from an extra small to 7X. 7X, and I will actually find those sizes. Where's a magnifying lamp when you need one, eh? So extra small, that's a chest from a 32 to a 33. Okay, up to, now then, the double XL is 44 to 46. The 7X is 59 to 60 inch chest. So it's everything from a 32 to a 60 inch chest. Waist measurement from a 24 inch up to a 53 inch rather, and hips 34 inch hips in the extra small to 63 inch hips in the 7XL. So I think you would agree, a really comprehensive pattern.
Oh, absolutely, and what a size range. I mean,
it's
that's
awesome.
Incredible.
Yeah.
And inside it's got the finished garment measurements as well. So we can talk a bit about finished garment measurements when we go onto it, I
for
suppose.
sure. And actually, I'm just going to grab this because I tried this on before and I absolutely loved it on me. And I
lovely,
also
isn't it?
love the fact that this is, I can't remember the size of this that's been made, but
Yeah, I
I
don't
think
know.
it might be a medium. Now, no offence to my good self, but I'm not generally a medium in anything.
But look,
But-
that's fitting you.
Isn't it?
That's it. I have made this jacket as a sample before. That's not the one I've made, but it's made beautifully. I must say, whoever's
Isn't it
made that,
lovely?
it's really, and in that cord, beautiful colour.
It's gorgeous,
yeah,
isn't
it's
it?
nice and generous on the fit because it's a boxy fit.
Don't ruin it. I'm a
No,
medium, Adam.
listen, you're a medium, Stuart.
I'm a medium. I'm a medium. I am. It is lovely. It is lovely. Boxy, you say. Anyway, let's do the pattern. It's $19.99, Adam. It's $19.99. It's a brilliant price because remember, it's unisex. It's from extra small to 7XL. It has got 2 different views: the shorter sort of waist length version and this longer line, which is kind of mid hip,
Yeah.
mid thigh.
Nice length.
You've also got a QR code that you can scan to get to, I think it's product information. So yeah, would you? Thank you. Anyway, so that's the pattern, $19.99. Shall I also mention the other pattern that I've got? The Great Scott, whoever he is. Is this the... Now, the Great Scott, was he the explorer? Did he go to the Antarctic?
Yeah.
Was that Scott?
And it could, yeah. But it came about because I was thinking of how to name this pattern.
Yes.
So it was John's birthday shape, wasn't
Yes.
it? So it's his, you know, I designed it for him, and the base size was his shirt. So I was thinking that expression, you kind of say, "Oh, Great Scott."
Woo!
Yeah, and it kind of felt right.
Absolutely, I love it. I'm joking apart. It's fab. It's a gorgeous shirt pattern, designed for our fabulous John Scott for his birthday, but a great all-rounder. You can make it in plain fabrics, patterned.
Yeah. And there's a bonus pocket in there as well. I designed it without a pocket because it was, some people don't like to have them, but then at the last minute I was like, let's put a pocket template in just in case. But it's got, plackets, cups. It's more for, it's not a beginner's project in terms of if you've
shirts never are.
No, that, you know, being completely honest, but you know, there's some real nice techniques in there. And even if you were to get it and build up and go, right, okay, I'm going to have a go at the placket.
Yes.
And isolate that. And when I demoed it with John, I demoed it on calico, just the placket section.
Right.
And guess what? There's a placket in this pattern.
Right, exactly. It's such a universal technique, isn't it, that you can use again and again.
And on the sleeve. You don't have to have the version with it on the sleeve for this if you don't want to, which simplifies the pattern. But yeah, if you're wanting a placket demo, then go back to that show. Or
I suppose in a way, the Ilford is a shacket, isn't it, really? It's very much based around a shirt model, if you like, or base. Just lovely. Great Scott Classic shirt, by the way, comes in sizes extra small right through to triple XL, which chest-wise, that goes from... Oh, are you all in centimetres?
It's in centimetres, yeah, because it was drafted. I drafted it in centimetres.
Gotcha,
and the grading was, done. It's roughly from about a 34, 36 inch chest up to, and let me get this right, a 48 inch chest at the top size.
Cool, excellent.
Obviously, then there's some ease in there as well.
Awesome.
There you go.
Great, thank you. Now, we've also got some fabric bundles. Should we do linen or denim first? Let's do linens first. This is very, very beautiful. Whether you're making the Ilford or you're thinking, what great bundles, I'm just going to get that for my dressmaking. I've got these 4 linens to share with you. Should we start with the stone, with the putty? This ends, okay. So you're getting 2.5 meters here in the bundle for $28.99. That's a great price for 2.5 meters of beautiful stone washed 100% linen. And actually what's interesting about this linen is it is not terribly creasy.
No.
Actually, you obviously do get a little bit of crinkling. Don't they call it, what do they call it? Posh wrinkles. Rich wrinkles, yeah.
Is that what it is?
Rich wrinkles, yeah, on linen.
Gosh,
Beautiful.
you're really educating me today. Posh wrinkles, hatinators.
Yeah, there you go. If I don't know it, I just make it up. But you didn't hear that from me. This is in cream. Lovely. Classic that, isn't it? This would be lovely worn over like a floral dress, wouldn't it? As a little jacket.
Oh, yeah, it's a little jacket. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, for a festival, a little summer party. Lovely. Day into night. That's gorgeous. You've also got 2.5 meters there, which would be loads for something like some trousers or something like that. Very nice. So that's our cream. We've also got red. I said red.
That's what I was thinking, that film.
Yeah, that's gorgeous. Stephen, who's in Greater London, has got in touch to say, Dear Adam and Stuart, I've just started this and understand it can have a lining. Is it difficult? From Stephen. So the Ilford jacket, you can it's not lined, but you can line it.
That's it. Yes, you could line it indeed. You'd need a little bit of know-how and experience under your belt to do it, but basically you'd be cutting most parts twice.
Yeah.
And then ideally when you're lining is to bag out, and there are different methods that you can use to bag it out and get a real nice corners. And then it would just be catching the lining in the under collar part.
Yeah.
And then making sure it's all nice and neat in the sleeve.
Yeah. I was going to say, if nothing else, you might line the sleeves just for easing on and off.
That's it. Yeah, exactly.
Quite nice to line a sleeve that way, isn't it?
Yeah.
Give it a go, Stephen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Make the outer and then make your lining. Maybe just do it in something like a calico, just as a trial run.
Yeah. Or to be honest, a lot of lining fabrics, are pretty inexpensive.
Yeah, they are.
And often I'll say, right, make the lining first. But, if you've already made it, give it a go and work out where you want to bag it out. Maybe at the bottom of the hem or, in the back somewhere. Yeah. Or in a side seam. You could do it.
Yeah.
Somewhere that's not noticeable.
Fair enough, inconspicuous.
That's the word.
This bundle here is, again, 100% stonewash linen in scarlet. Next up, I've got, is this teal? Oh, that's a very me colour.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Love that. Love that. Again, stonewashed linen, 2.5 metre bundle, $28.99. Kath's got in touch on Facebook, Adam, to say, Morning, Stuart and Adam, just back from a swim. I'm imagining it was wild swimming. I have the shirt pattern, but I'm nervous about making the collar. I've failed with a collar in the past.
Right. Well, funnily enough, with this demonstration, I'm going to start with the collar.
Oh, awesome.
I'm just trying to think. There's lots of material out there. We're so blessed with the internet and certain channels and stuff you can go on and find. The how-tos with collars and things. That shirt pattern has got a collar and a collar stand.
Yep.
Hopefully I've explained it as well as I can in the instructions. Maybe I'll get around to doing a video on collars.
But you're going to show us how to do the collar on the Ilford, so transferable skills.
It's similar. Yeah. There's not a stand on this collar, but techniques are similar.
Okay, great. So that teal stonewashed linen, details on screen, 2.5 metre piece of that. And then, last of all in the linens, I've got navy. This is absolutely delicious. It's really sort of like a lovely deep, like a denim blue, like dark denim blue.
Yeah.
Really lovely. Okay, and then I've also got 3 denims, a light, a medium and a dark denim. So these are the 3 of them together. We'll start with the dark. Now, weight-wise, excuse me, I know it says 8 ounce, but Adam, we think this is a 4, don't we?
Potentially, yes.
Yeah. This is not like jeans are made out of.
No, it's a little bit thinner than that. It's not the thinnest denim that we've used. It's not the chambray.
No.
for sure. But what it will do, like you said, that again, shacket.
Yes.
I'm thinking that this fabric's going to make a lovely shacket version of the Ilford.
Yeah, it would be perfect, wouldn't it, for the Ilford? So this is in that dark denim. Did you do double denim ever?
Back in the 90s, I might have done as a kid. My mum might have put me in double denim, but sometimes I do. But rule of thumb is I like to wear a darker jean, maybe even a black jean, and then I might wear a nice pale blue denim shirt.
I'm asking that because our producer Ben is double denim today.
Oh, is he?
He is, and he often is. And if Ben's doing it, then it's trendy.
Absolutely, yeah.
Right, medium blue, same weight. So this is midway between a chambray shirting and a jeans weight.
Yeah.
So this is slap bang in the middle of that. So it's sturdy, but it's not heavy. 2.5 metre bundle for £23.99. And then last of all, we've got the light. This is giving me that kind of white snake kind of, yeah.
And I've got a shirt that's made out of a colour like that, and I love it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If you've got the slightest bit of tan, you just look like you've been away for a fortnight if you put this colour on, don't you?
Yeah.
Really makes blue eyes pop.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Gorgeous. Right. Make me an Ilford jacket, or at the very least, Dad, and make me the collar.
Let's do it. Okay, we're starting with the collar, so it's great that we got that question in. Usually I prepare everything, but I thought I'm going to put the interfacing on air so we can talk about interfacing because it's a big part of the collar. So you're going to cut your 2 collar pieces. Now this collar is made basically from 2 pieces, whilst on some shirts you will get it made from 4 pieces essentially. You'll have the collar stand and you'll cut 2 of those, and then the collar itself. So in terms of collars, this is a simpler collar to make, but techniques are similar. So what we're going to do, we've cut our 2 pieces the same, and then we're just going to give them a press. Now it's really important to follow the instructions on your interfacing. All right, and why do we interface? Well, we interface because we need to either stabilise an area or give it some more weight and structure. And in this case, we're doing both. We're stabilising the upper of the collar or the under of the collar, and also, I can leave it like that, there you go.
You can.
And also giving it a little bit of structure. And when you're using cotton, that's kind of really important. So I've also cut the same shape out of my interfacing. Now I'm putting the interfacing with the glue side down on the wrong side of the fabric, and you'll very quickly be able to feel which side the glue is on.
Why?
Right? It will feel like there's little dots.
Oh, okay.
It'll feel rougher on one side, whilst the non-glue side will feel smooth. So it's important that you get this right, because if not, then you're going to have an accident and it's not going to adhere to the fabric, it's going to adhere to whatever you're using to press. And
gotcha.
We don't want that.
The iron.
Now, it's really important that you have a pressing cloth. Now, a pressing cloth can come in many guises. I've forgotten mine today, but I'm just going to use a bit of that lovely cotton lawn from last time. But it's just an offcut there that we've got. And what I want to do here is I want to make sure that I'm now adhering this. Now, when we put interfacing on, we don't want to iron like you'd iron a shirt. This interfacing, it says a damp cloth, so we can have a bit of steam, but we just want to hold the iron down in place for 8 seconds, it recommends. Heat
it's
and
a
pressure.
lot longer than you think.
Yeah. Bit of heat and pressure, and then just move along. Don't iron it like you'd iron a garment. The reason I say not to is because you'll move the interfacing.
And also, it's not continuous enough heat either, is it?
No.
And interfacing really does need continuous heat for 8 to 10 seconds.
Yeah. That's it. Just literally heat pressing it on. There we go. And then I'll just, it's all right, the board's just long enough to fit this on. And then there we go, I'm just going to hold that on there. Usually I do all this before I come to the studio, but I thought today, like, it's good to do it on air.
It is. It is.
Watch me maybe mess it up. No.
But sometimes though we just skim past these bits. It's like cutting out.
I'm aware, you know, we've got many advanced sewers, and you know, thank you for letting me just do this. What might seem simple when you've been sewing a lot to somebody that's new to sewing. And there we go, that's it. And then all I would do is turn it to the correct side and then just give it a nice press. Now it's all I did. And now I can iron it because it's a did.
Yeah. I tell you what, we have had lots of messages, Adam, thanking you for using contrast thread for your last demo, because a lot of viewers found that really helpful. To be able to see where you're stitching. I can do it some more. Yeah, I can do it some more. Sometimes when you're sewing stood up on television, your stitching's not as neat as you'd like it to be. That's the only downside.
So you can really see all the flaws. Like, I'm pretty confident enough. So yeah, forgive any wobbly stitching being stood up. But there we go. Right, then what you're going to do, and as I say, it really, really helps you with some lovely diagrams in the booklet. It tells you all what to do for the preparation, and it gives you the interfacing parts, marking your notches, etc. Stay stitching if you've got you know, a fabric that's going to move a little bit. This is quite stable. So once you've interfaced the collar, then you're going to press the neck edge up towards with the right sides together.
Oh, okay.
No, that's not right. Sorry, the wrong sides together.
Okay.
There you go. That makes more sense. And you're going to press that up by the seam allowance, which is, it says for about 5/8 of an inch.
Okay.
Now I usually say 5/8 of an inch is 1.5 centimeters.
Yes.
In this pattern, it says 5/8 of an inch, and in brackets 1.6 centimeters.
Oh, okay.
So it's quite specific and generous. Yeah, absolutely. So if you've got a 5/8 of an inch marking on your throat plate and you work in inches, then stick with that. But whatever you choose, stick with the same throughout.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Even if you do it at 1.5 centimeters, as long as you do the same throughout, and you're consistent. So there we are. We're going to press this up now. Now to do this, if you've got a hem gauge, that would be really good, wouldn't it? So let's just use this one here. You can kind of use this or a measuring tape or whatever. Again, little tools that you build up in your kit as you do a bit more sewing and a bit more sewing. And that's why, I mean, it becomes an addiction buying stuff, you know, doesn't it? Do you find yourself buying more, like, you know, bag making and quilting bits and bobs?
What tends to happen for me is that I think I've got everything I need.
Yeah.
And then something new will come along and I think, oh, hang on, that's a game changer.
Yeah.
So there have been a few products like that recently that I've never thought I would need, and then they've been invented and I've bought them.
Yeah, no, I like that. I like that. So what would be an example then of something?
Ooh, things like the Prim pressing rulers.
Oh,
I'm obsessed with.
A pressing ruler?
Ruler, yeah. So it's like heat-resistant plastic, all measured out, so that you turn your hem up against it and then press.
Oh, yes. I know what you mean.
So they're great. I love that.
They're like made of a silicone type. Yeah.
And then also in the silicone vein, the Millwood applique pressing mat that goes on an ironing board. Amazing.
Yeah. That's a good little
one. Which I never thought I would need, but turns out I do.
Turns out you do. And if it's making life easier, that's great.
Yeah.
Right, so we've pressed that. Basically, that pressed edge that we've done there is going to then sit inside the jacket or the shirt or whatever, and that's what's going to cover all the raw edges and the seam allowances on the inside.
So this is the inside of the collar. This is the bit that would, if we popped it, would sit flush against the back of our neck.
That's right.
Gotcha.
That's right, and that's the same on the pattern, the shirt pattern as well. The only difference, as I say, is that's got a shirt stand and a collar. This is just the collar part. It's just one piece. Now the tricky bit when you're sewing that inside, which we probably won't get to today, is then covering that seam line where you've attached the collar, and then being able to then sew, because you sew from the outside, and then stitch in the ditch in the seam we've made where the collar sits, and then you need to catch this inside part of the collar. And my biggest tip to you is to pin it and then baste it on the inside in position, and then you can work from the other side knowing it's not moving anywhere and you've got it exactly where it wants to be. Takes longer, but it gives a more
Unpicking
pleasing result.
takes longer.
Exactly. You're right, it does. Okay, so back to this collar here. I'll just give that a nice press as
Sometimes
well.
we all think, I'm not going to bother pinning that. But the alternative is much longer, isn't it? Having to unpick.
It is. It's the same with sleeves. Like, again, from pattern to pattern, it varies how much ease there is in a sleeve head. I'll just pop that one over there for a sec. And sometimes there's very minimal, and I can do it sometimes, just go under the machine and go. But I'm sewing every day. But sometimes there might be something I'm making, like a coat, and because it's a wool fabric, I'm making it out of, maybe there might be more ease.
Yeah, behaves differently.
And if there's more ease, there's more to obviously ease in, so I need to pin it or baste it or tack it. Yeah. There's no shame in using pins.
No, I think sometimes, things that seem old school get a bit of a reputation for some people. Well, I'm not doing that. That's a bit old school, isn't it? But actually, old school has been around for a long time for good reason.
Absolutely. And the reason it's stuck is because it works. I always say in sewing, it's like driving, with the mirror signal manoeuvre.
Right.
Pin tack sew is the equivalent.
It's true. Yeah.
I think, anyway. Right, so I'm right sides together, and I'm just matching all of this up on the outside edge and the two shorter edges. Okay. I've got a bent pin there, I don't want that. Do you know what? I use these bigger quilting pins sometimes when I'm using denim and things. I quite like them.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to now sew I'm going to stick to 5/8 of an inch on my machine. Down one side, all the way along that long edge, and then up the other edge, but I'm going to leave that neck edge open.
So you go over the folded edge then?
Yes, really important is to go over that folded edge. You want to keep that down, because basically the magic of it is when it's all turned through and done right, then everything will get concealed in there, and then that edge is already out the way.
Perfect. Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Sounds good in theory.
Right, now I've just realised I've still got a white thread on my machine. Do we want me to change the colour quickly?
Up to you.
Let's do it. I've got a blue. Let's go for
Nice. Just while we're on the subject of blue,
you'll see that on
it's
there.
the medium blue, medium heavyweight washed denim cotton that's on screen at the moment. It's the medium blue colour as well. Beautiful. It's the one that Adam's using. £23.99 for a 2.5 metre bundle, and that's enough to make the largest size of Ilford jacket, which is the triple.
Is it? Oh gosh, I can't remember which size.
Let me find the
it's up to
pattern.
now.
Hang on. Let me
I've
grab
got the
pattern.
envelope somewhere. It's honestly such a good size range.
7X.
Yes.
So that's wow.
What was that, like a 60-inch chest?
60-inch
that's
chest.
really inclusive. Now, a good tip, and I did this with John on another show actually, when you get to corners, if you mark your seam allowance on the corners, so because sometimes you guess when you come to the end.
Yeah.
Right, so I know that dot there. Let me rub that one out, because that was just to get the initial one. Right, so I know that that's where I'm going to pivot. If you're new to sewing and want to just mark your seam allowance on, do it. To be honest, my eye's quite well trained now in terms of I can see measurements. I can look at a frock when we're pulling costumes down and go, oh yeah, that's a 36 bust.
Right.
And it will be.
Wow.
It's funny, but your eye gets used to seeing.
It does.
What's what? Or maybe I could look at somebody and guess the measurement, so I know I'd never just do it randomly.
No, but that's a real skill.
It's like you must be able to visualise an inch.
I can.
Yeah.
Yes, no, I can. I was just, what it was making me think of was I had a job working on the deli counter of Littlewood's food hall when I was doing my A-levels, and within a couple of weeks, I could cut cheese to within a gram. I mean, it was in ounces, but if somebody wanted half a pound or 1.5 pounds or 12 ounces, I could cut it just like that.
Do you know what? That's what I mean. You get to know, don't you?
You do.
What's what?
Yeah.
Right, and because I put that little dot there, it's so easy then to know that I'm bang on my seam allowance.
Yeah, it's a good tip. That I like that.
Yeah.
So just use a friction pen, put a dot.
Yeah. They are. You can see that on the reverse side. I think you'll be able to see the blue.
You can. You can.
Stitching. Obviously, it's blue on the other side, but the reverse side.
Do you trim that seam allowance down?
Yeah,
I think
we should.
Yeah.
It is. It's, to be honest, it is, you know, quite a big seam allowance for a collar. And this is the battle pattern designers have. Like, I've kept in the shirt pattern all the seam allowances at 1 centimetre, because you don't want any more than 1 centimetre seam allowance on neck edges and cuffs and things. But then sometimes you find patterns that are then flipping between seam allowances, and that can be confusing as well, and you want to make it simple. But I mean, there's plenty to grade down here. Look, I mean, I'm probably doing 3/16 of an inch maybe. Just all the way along, and you can clip into that curve if you want to, but I find that, you know, it's all right just to go nice and short, and then clip these corners. That's important, because when we turn it through, we want to make sure we get a nice point, but just make sure you don't go through your stitching there.
Absolutely.
Now, I always, at this edge, you could just cut all the way down, but I just like to give myself some insurance for when I come to attach that collar.
Right.
So I don't go right the way to the bottom. I can trim it later. But yeah.
Do you want to trim the other end as well?
Yeah, might as well do it, and then we can turn it through. So just go in there, trim it
Why
right
do half a
up
job?
there. Exactly. Don't want to be half job Bob, do I? Right. And then we turn it through. And again, talking of tools that are, you know, really useful to have, don't use your scissors at this point, because you're going to do that and then you're going to go through it.
Fray
I know
everything.
it's tempting.
No, we don't want to do that at all.
This little tool, I'm sure this is a prim one actually.
Yeah,
I bet we sell these on the website.
Yeah, they're
If
lovely.
not, they're easy. And
it's a prim point turner.
Yeah, that's the one. And then what you're going to do there is just turn that the right side out. Just pressing those corners nicely. And then what you're going to do is make sure that you then give this a nice press.
Lovely. So I love that colour of denim.
It's beautiful. I'm just a fan of anything blue.
Oh, me too.
Blue.
Charlie always takes the mickey out of me when I go clothes shopping. So, oh, lovely, a blue floral shirt or a blue check shirt. How unusual.
But do you know what? You like what you like.
Of course you do, and you know what suits you.
Yeah. I've tried doing other colours and it's just, no. Sometimes, but no, I love a classic palette of like blues, navies, whites.
Is it all that time on board ships?
It's
that nautical look?
It is.
I think it is.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Maybe.
So is that you and the sea done?
Yeah,
You're through?
I've hung up my life jacket, haven't I?
Have you?
Well,
have you got your sea legs? Have they gone?
I don't know. I don't know whether they do ever go. I've not been on board a ship since, I don't think. Because the pandemic put paid to it all. But if it hadn't have been for that, I wouldn't be here. I'd still be on ships.
And where would we be then, Adam?
Well, in a much better place.
Stop. No. Isn't it interesting though how different things happen in life where you make one decision, you filled in the application form, you sent it off to the sewing to the sewing bee, and next thing you know you're a household name.
Wow, hardly. No, but you are though, and I mean you were on the original. And you must have felt the same.
Long time ago.
No, but
it was a long time ago. But yeah, it is. It's life changing.
Yeah, and there must have been, you know, just doing it on a whim, and that's what I did. I bet you were the same. Just say, oh, go on, and I'll have a go and see what happens.
Completely. It was literally a conversation on the telephone, and then I just got off the phone and rang them and got them to send me an application form, and then the ball starts rolling. And you
wouldn't have had anything to compare it to either, really, would you?
Well, that's why I went on it.
Yeah.
If I'd seen the first series, I would never ever have gone anywhere near it. Never in a million years.
Thank goodness you did.
Well, yeah, ignorance is bliss, as they say.
Absolutely. Right, so yes, that bit that we pressed under, you can just see there, that'll be on the inside of the shirt. So this part will sew to the collar on the outside, and then you'll obviously have raw edges, and then they'll all press up, and then that folded edge that we've made will come down over and cover all of those raw edges.
Got you.
But what you've then got to do is sew from the outside in the ditch.
Yeah.
So you're sewing blind, which is why I'm saying pin it and then baste it along that line, and then you're going to have a much more pleasing result.
And presumably this folded edge, you have that slightly lower than your joining seam, so that you're guaranteed to catch it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, if you do, and it can just be, again, as much as like a millimetre or two, as long as it's covering that stitching line, which you'll see, because the stitching line will be there. Right, let's talk about the construction of the jacket itself. So we've got the back, which is cut on the fold. Now, there's some notches, and it says all of this in the instruction booklet, and you must mark them. And there's some points as well, some little dots that you need to mark. I've just put a little red tailor's tack in there so you can see them. But then, you know, you can... That's when I got the pattern piece on top, so I marked both at the same time. I'm going to put a little dot there as well on the wrong side of the fabric, just so it's marked. Okay, and there's a notch at the top for the centre as well. It's like half a triangle. We used to see a full triangle. I've marked mine in because when I'm coming to Sewing Street, I want to make sure that, you know, chalk and things haven't disappeared on the journey. But I'd use chalk if you were at home, or mark your notch outwards.
Right.
There you go, because you don't want to be then trimming past your seam allowance.
Right, no.
Even though it's a generous seam allowance. Right, okay. So then you've got your front pieces. I'll just move that out of the way. And we're going to line up the shoulder seams, basically. Again, there's a point on the front piece where you just want to mark your dot, and those dots are telling you where to insert the sleeve.
Oh, okay. Because
the sleeve's a little bit quite different. Again, it's been different shaped sleeves today, which is nice. Because it is a drop shoulder on this design, but that's quite nice. It's a nice fit.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're right sides together.
Well, I always like that on a sweater. It's a bit more casual, isn't it?
I like it, yes. Yes, it is. It's nice. I love a nice knitted sweater with a yoke as well.
Ooh.
Yeah. I do like winter fashion because I do like wearing jumpers and things like that. I bet you do.
I do. I love it. Autumn, winter.
But then I do like warmer weather.
Yes. And the older I get, the more I like warmer weather.
Yeah. I hate feeling cold. Right, okay. So again, 5/8 of an inch, or, well, as it says in the booklet, 1.6 centimetres. But as I say, that's quite specific. You won't find 1.6, so stick to either 1.5 or 5/8 of an inch is my
suggestion.
Sometimes
it's just about who did the conversion for the pattern, isn't it?
Yeah. Because I'm going to say that this is an American company. I think Friday Pattern Company is an American company, which is why it's in imperial measurements first off.
Yes. Can I ask a question, a technical question about fabric? Yeah. We had chalice.
Yeah.
What is that?
Do you know what? I'm going to be completely honest and go, I'd have to have a look. It's a cotton chalice, isn't it? It's very light. And I've worked with it before. In terms of the composition and the weave, I'm not an expert on that. But from memory, it's quite a light fabric. Does it suggest it on here then?
It was somebody was asking about it earlier.
Right.
Well, after the first show, but we had some chalice in the 10 a.m. It's a woven fabric.
Yeah,
we know
definitely
that.
woven. Yeah. And was it light?
Yeah. Originally, it's a silk and wool blend, apparently.
Yeah, that would sound about
But I think the one we had was cotton, wasn't it?
Yeah,
can be made from a single fibre.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's just something that's particularly sort of light and floaty.
Yes. I can picture it, I can feel it already.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I've worked with it, but in terms of like the specifics of the weave and the composition, I mean, it was cotton, but and the history of it, I'd have to have a look. Right, shoulder seams, what you can do is finish them off together and press them to the back if you want. We're just going to press them towards the back maybe. It's important to press as you go along.
Very much. That's one of the most important things for success, isn't it, in dressmaking?
Yeah.
Anything really.
Yeah. Press on.
Press as you go.
Press as you go. Press and go.
What's the weirdest thing you've ever had to make?
Oh,
I think I asked you this earlier
on,
wasn't it? A bathtub?
Yeah, well, I didn't make that. We're working on it, but oh gosh.
Proudest thing you've ever made?
You
had to make tights?
We make dame tights at work, right? Because this is going to sound daft. But it's not. It's the normal tight. They need to be thick for blokes, because blokes ain't shaving the legs. I mean, some might, but they need to last the run as well. So we make them out of white lycra. And I've just recently made some for Long John Silver, and one of his legs is white and the other we got this printed fabric that's wood effect.
Oh, amazing.
So he doesn't have to have like a, you know...
So you made a wooden leg?
So we've made a wooden leg out of fabric. And the detail on the fabric, is that on stretch? Works wonders. It's
amazing.
Great. Yeah, so
proudest thing you've ever made?
Proudest thing I've ever made. I don't know. I think it was a simple dress, but I drafted it from scratch and made my mum a dress for a wedding that we went to. And to dress my mum and for her to trust me to do that was really, really lovely. And to be at the wedding and see her in it.
Yeah.
It was just a really simple dress, but a nice floral, bold print fabric.
Yeah, and your mum looked amazing in it.
Yeah, she did actually. And again, it was all like, it was white with pinks and navies and blues, and then she wore a navy jacket and a navy hatinator.
So you're saying the sleeves, bit different.
Yeah, have a look at these.
Oh, yeah.
It's quite angular at the top.
Very angular.
So the angle, the point is the shoulder point.
Yeah.
And then you've got these sides, and they kind of match up at the points. So again, I've put my tacks in here. Did I snip them? Yeah, I did. And I'm just again going to now
just winning at life that day.
Winning at life. I'm just going to put a little point on there so it's a little bit more permanent, just in case that thread comes out, because I will have to remove the threads at some point. But there's 2 notches for the back and then 1 notch for the front.
Technical question for you from Derek, who says, would Adam advise overlocking the shoulder seam fabrics together or separately?
Yeah, it's one of the things that kind of, we were talking about it this morning, comes up regularly. If you overlock them together, you've got to make sure you're happy with the fit, because then unpicking all that overlocking is, you know, quite a nightmare. When you overlock before sewing anything together, you've got to make sure that you don't trim off the seam allowance. You literally just want to overlock the edge. So that's another thing to make sure you bear in mind. If you were to overlock these separately, you could do it once it's sewn, because it's a generous seam allowance. I could put them singularly now through the overlocker. And what that will do is then you could press open that seam, and you'll probably get, you know, a nice flat seam there. But the instructions say to overlock it together and press towards the back.
Okay.
And again, that's the natural way you do it. Obviously, doing it that way, you're getting a little bit more bulk as well. So if you're working with a particularly bulky fabric, I'd be more inclined to maybe overlock them separately and press them open. Potentially like the cord, to be honest. That could be quite bulky, because you don't want to create a big ridge there.
No, you wouldn't.
So yeah, it's different for every project. And it's just troubleshooting that project and seeing how it goes. We'd get away with it with a denim.
Yeah.
It'd sit back nicely.
There's never a clear answer, is there, though? It's always very situation specific.
But this is where the expertise comes into dressmaking, because we can dressmake by a pattern, and almost, not to downgrade it, but it's a bit painting by numbers in terms of this is what you do here. But then as you evolve in dressmaking, it's understanding the functions of things and going, right, that seam will work better with that fabric. That needs to be interfaced because I need some stability there.
Got you.
That needs some cotton tape because, you know, it needs to be stabilised.
Learn from experience.
And that's experience.
By watching you.
Well, I don't know. I'm learning all the time still.
We also learn from our fabulous viewers. Carmela, thank you so much for getting in through Facebook. Carmela says, a chalice is softer than lawn and has more drape and pliability. Like you said, it was originally a silk wool blend. It can be a bit more fluid to sew with, so use plenty of pins, and basting also helps. Old school. Love it, Carmela. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you know what? We can count on our viewers, can't we? Somebody will come up with the right thing. That's great.
Yeah, it's terrific. Now, Adam's mentioned overlockers a lot. Don't know if we're meant to have this, don't know. But anyway, £559 for the Pro Overlocker from Elna, the 664. Look, you get a free mini iron and dressmaking scissors worth over £42 included. Probably weren't supposed to do that offer today, but hey, let's do it.
We've done it.
Let's do it. It's a brilliant overlocker, that. It's the Elna 664 Pro. Get that mini iron and the dressmaking scissors worth over £42 free, and that's for £559. You can have three-way split pay, £186.33. I suppose, Adam, overlockers, they're a bit sort of, if you're serious about dressmaking, they're essential, aren't they?
Yes. It's one of the most common questions, and I saw a thread on, it might have been on Sewing Street actually, like, should they get an overlocker or should they get a cover stitch?
Right.
And the order that most people tend to get the machine, and the way I did, was you sew a machine first, because you can do everything on it.
Yeah.
You can't overlock, but you can do an overcasting stitch or a zigzag stitch. There's so many stitches that they come with these days. Then it's your overlocker, and that's when you're getting a little bit more serious and want to take it up that next level to finish off your garments on the inside, that little bit more professionally. And then the final one really, and I've only just got one in the last 6 months, is a cover stitch machine. But that, to explain what a cover stitch does, it's got a twin needle on it, or some 3 needles on it, and it does a chain stitch underneath, and it's a specific hemming machine. It hems and is particularly good when hemming jersey fabrics. Of course, I'm working in costume world, so I'm literally sewing dancewear fabrics and jerseys, so it's suitable for me. So not everybody needs one, but then if you're somebody that wants to make a lot of t-shirts, cotton jersey t-shirts, or then that's the kind of thing.
Wear,
but
active wear, that kind of thing.
Yeah, so that's kind of the progression. But overlockers are fabulous because you can overlock a t-shirt hem, and then on your domestic sewing machine with a twin needle, you could stitch round the hem and emulate what the cover stitch would do.
Yeah, I think before the sewing bee a few years ago, most of us had never actually heard of a cover stitch machine. We didn't even know what it was.
They weren't something that a lot of people would have at home because it's a more specialised machine.
Yeah. Now we do have a cover stitch machine. Again, it's from Elna. It's the Elna Easy Cover, and it's £669. So this is if you are sewing a lot of jersey, stretch, knit, lycra.
It's really suitable for all of that.
It's good stuff, isn't it?
And do you know what's great as well? The chain stitch on the other side, if you use that variegated threads or different colours, you can actually use it as a decorative technique, the chain stitch part of it.
Like that.
I've seen that done. Right, so what I've done here is I've pinned in the sleeve, matched the sleeve head to the sleeve shoulder point, and my notches, and then my dots that I'd made. Now I've got those dots matched. I'm going to just remove my tailor's tacks. Again, I put them in a different colour so I can see them. And then I'm going to sew from the dot to the dot, basically. Dot to dot. How's that?
Easy peasy.
Easy peasy. I always say, and I like to encourage people in terms of dressmaking, is that it can be easy. Yeah, there's some things that are fiddly. There's some things that are a little bit trickier, but the key is taking your time and preparation.
And the sewing bee, I'm going to say it, is very bad for that.
Yeah.
And it can make a lot of people at home think, can't do it. But in reality, you can spend hours and hours, days in fact, and many dressmakers do, spend days deciding on their layout for their pattern pieces and how they're going to use their fabric.
I think what's important is you enjoy the process. And if you know you're a beginner sewer and you've sewn something, and as sewers we always go, oh, it's not that good, or I made a mistake there. But actually that's where you learn. And I think that as long as you've enjoyed it, whatever you've made to whatever standard, as long as you've had the enjoyment out of it, then you're winning.
I agree.
But you're right, we have to remember that the Sewing Bee is a great programme, and without it we wouldn't be where we are probably. But you know, we have to remember that it's done for television.
Oh gosh,
and
absolutely.
there has to be the timing element involved to make it a competition. And but we should take more time at home to do things.
I
said
absolutely
that,
agree. It's a great thing for encouraging, but I do think sometimes it sort of gives a false view to, especially beginner sewers, that there is that making clothes is a pressured thing and a time sensitive thing or a judged thing, and of course that's just on air. You know, in real life, Patrick and Esme are not going to come and check out your seams. So we all put a little tuck occasionally into a hem.
Oh gosh.
We all sometimes do it and it's a bit uneven, but in reality it doesn't matter. I mean, one of the nicest things when I did my very first day dress on the first programme, and I don't think they showed it on air, was, you know, there was the whole debacle about me not doing, you know, centering the pattern on the fabric. It was a big print.
Yes, okay.
And I hadn't sent it because I was so nervous, I didn't even think, it just went out of my head. But Patrick said to me, sort of it private judging, he said, look, at the end of the day, if this was, you know, this could easily be in a department store for sale, and the vast majority of people would just pick that up, think it looked gorgeous, put it on, wear it, love it. Yeah. He said, we're only pulling holes in this because this is a competition and it's what we do. Yeah. You know? But of course on screen you just see this is a terribly bad thing and you lose marks for it. Yeah. But that's, as you say, it's a competition.
Yeah, it's got to have that element of it for it to be able to work. But at the same time, we should be encouraging you to, you know, take your time and really learn through the process, but enjoy it. Yeah. Because let me tell you, you don't enjoy sewing when you got your foot pedaled to the metal and you've got half an hour left.
Exactly right.
To hem a frock, finish a facing, put some buttons on, and do God knows what else.
And still look fabulous and be witty and answer questions. Which you do marvellously for us. Derek says, I once did the majority of a chorus costume plot, 70 flapper dresses on an overlocker. It's such a time saver.
Do you know what, Derek? That's such a great point, and it's what I was going to come on to, is, having an overlocker is brilliant because you can do things quickly in terms of you can finish a seam and create the seam at the same time. Yeah. On a 4 or 5 thread overlock. Right. Which most domestics are these days. I mean, it might be that you can overlock with just 3 threads, but that's not finishing the seam off then. No. It's not making the seam. It's not strong enough to hold the seam. But I mean, I was on a hen do the other weekend, and
fabulous.
The thing was to wear black. So being I like blues. I
don't own any black clothes.
No, you're so like me in that respect. Yeah. So I was like, oh gosh, no, I don't know what to wear. So I found some black jersey glitter fabric. I thought, I'm just going to make a t-shirt.
Pictures or it never happened.
Listen, this is the night before, just before the fabric shop closed. I got this fabric. Yeah. I'm sewing the sleeve now, by the way.
Good.
And knocked up a t-shirt.
Yeah.
All on the overlocker.
Amazing.
Apart from the hem, which, you know, the hem's out to stitch, but and it was so quick. So Derek, you're right, absolutely. 70 flapper dresses. Wow.
70 flapper dresses. Yeah. So I think basically, Adam, if you need any help with panto, you know, just reach out.
I'm going to call Derek.
Just reach out. Absolutely. Absolutely. I love theatre costumes though. Did you know there's a sale on next week, Friday and Saturday, at the Royal Opera House in London? Costumes, sets.
Don't tell me that.
You name it.
I best not tell my boss that. He'll want me to
Friday and Saturday, 10 till 4.
Oh, I bet there's some gorgeous stuff.
Heard it here first. Kath says, I have a friend who doesn't sew, but always looks at the back of whatever I've made. I don't always show her everything now. Or is she your very own Esme? Aunt Rowley used to make me laugh. She used to go clothes shopping with her daughter Sally, and they used to go, I don't know, they'd go into Harvey Nicks or somewhere like that, and basically Anne would be there in the middle of Harvey Nicks turning, you know, £500 dresses inside out just to see how they were made, how they were constructed, then back on the hanger and then go home and make the dress.
Do you know what though? That's the skill, and that's the thing. And as you say more, you take pride in how it looks on the inside. But do you know what? Like you said, in reality, nobody's coming up. I've not come to you this morning and gone, oh, let me have a look at the
He did actually.
No, I didn't. Don't lie. Right, just to explain what we're doing here is I've started to sew the under arm of the sleeve, and I've sewn right up to where we'd set that sleeve in, because we put the sleeves in flat. That's unusual for a woven pattern. But what I've done is I've gone right up to those dots. So I pushed the seam allowance all the way back and stopped at those dots we'd made.
Yes.
Now we're going to do the same thing, but I'm going to need to push the seam allowance the other way.
But you get a much better finish under the arm, don't you, than sewing right off?
Yeah, if I'd have just, because I've got all this bulk, if I'd have just sewn here and then carried on and sewn down there, end up with it all bunching up and creasing there, and you'll see that on the outside.
Yeah.
Doing it this way is a little bit better, so I'm going to put that back now. And you'll use this technique sometimes when you're sewing collars, but when you're sewing a revere collar, so like on a blazer, you know this notch bit here, you might adopt this technique at this point to get that nice inward. It's when you've got a
like a right angle.
A right angle.
Yeah. So for quilters, it's a Y seam. It's like you're sewing a Y seam.
It is a Y seam. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
I've just done the same. In my new book, there's a quilted haori jacket, like a Japanese style winter jacket.
Yeah.
And I've done exactly the same under the sleeve. So where on something that was thinner, finer, you could just sew straight up. You pivot, or you sew to a dot.
Yeah.
And you just get a much nicer finish under the arm, don't you?
Absolutely. Oh, that would be great. Oh, I can't wait to see that then. Is that in a book you've got out now, or a book
coming out
the
next
one
September.
That's coming out next September?
Yeah.
Right.
Big shout out for Adam's skills, by the way.
Oh,
Adam's wonderful, and he won't blow his own trumpet here. But isn't he brilliant at talking and sewing at the same time? It's not something everyone can do, and it's something they really look for on Sewing Bee, isn't it? You've got to be able to talk and sew.
Well, do you know what? That was the baptism of fire for me in terms of, like, I tell people when I went on there, you know, a couple of years ago, like I'd never understitched a garment before.
No.
Like I'd skipped that section in the pattern because we all do it, so I understand what it's like to be at the beginning of your journey. But once you, I mean, I'm sewing for a job and I sew every day, so now, you know, there are things that I can just go and do, but that comes with experience, as we've said. But yeah, without
do you ever wish you could go back and do it all again with your experience now?
Do you know what? Yeah, yes, because I feel like I could go, yeah, all right, I've done that good, and I could probably do it pretty quickly now, or quicker. But in some respects, no, because I feel like I've had that moment, and I want to change it. And I was really proud of what I did and where I got to.
Amazing.
You know,
you were somebody I absolutely adored watching on the Sewing Bee. Absolutely loved. Lisa Lamb's got in touch.
Oh, Lisa!
Sewing legend. Sewists need to have a no self-criticism jar, a bit like a swear box.
Yes.
£5 fine every time.
She's
I
right.
like that. She's all right.
Right, just to show you on that, do you see now that seam is just flawless? If you'd have just sewn right the way round, you'd get all this bunching up and it'd be crinkled and it'd tuck up in your armpit, whilst now it's lies flat. Let's just show you quick. We're running out of time, aren't we? I've lost the colour.
We are, but you know, I want to keep you forever.
Oh, I think I've lost the colour on the other side anyway, but
Let me go around and see. Hang on.
I don't know where it's gone to. I was just going to basically show you how it goes onto the other side. Maybe I've got it here.
There it is.
There it is. So what happens here is you can interface this stand where the buttons are going to go on. Go to. There's some notches, you match them up, and then you basically box out this corner. Do you know what? This has actually got some similarities to bag making, quilting.
It really has.
So you box out this corner, you box out or bag out the bottom corner.
So you sew over the seam and then turn it through.
And it gives all the detailed instructions. So then basically, and it's pressing it under 1/4 of an inch and then an inch, I think it is. So then you'll have your button stand there, your front stand, and then this is where then you will then sew this. It's at past the button stand it goes. Obviously that'll all be bagged out, etc. Pin it and sew the collar on, and then this is the bit I was talking about, just so you get a visual demonstration. is once you've got that sewn, all of your seam allowance then goes up into the collar, and that pressed edge is the bit then that comes down to cover those, and that's where you're just coming just over your stitching line, pin it, baste it, flip it over, and then in that seam stitch in the ditch on the back.
Beautiful.
And hey, listen, if you don't feel comfortable doing that and you want to stitch from this side, nobody's going to see the underneath of the collar anyway. It goes back to what we were saying. Just edge stitch it all along on the inside.
You can hand stitch it, couldn't you, if you wanted
you could.
to?
Yeah, you could. You could. Whatever you feel comfortable with. Yeah, there you go.
Love it.
It's a fab jacket. It's a fab pattern.
Gorgeous.
Universal. Shackets, jackets.
Love them.
Male, female, anyone.
Yeah.
Literally anyone, you know, it's suitable for.
I still want
to
commission a jacket in our lovely floral printed velvet. You've got a jacket, haven't you, made in it?
I have. It's not that velvet.
Oh, isn't it?
It's very, very similar. But yeah, I love that velvet. Is it stretch velvet though?
No.
No, good. Because the one I'd got was stretch.
No.
A nightmare to make a jacket out of that.
No, ours isn't. It's really stable. The only thing is, Adam, I mean, you look fabulous in it. I'd look like somebody's old sofa.
No, you wouldn't. No, you could pull it off, Stuart.
Lisa Lamb, I need that no self-criticism jar. That's another £5 going in. And on the subject, Lisa, when are you going to come and do a show with me? I need to spend an hour or two on air with you.
Well, she's
fab,
a hoot.
isn't she?
I met her for the first time on John Scott's birthday.
I think we might actually be together, are we? Sunday the 16th. Is that me?
You're on with her. Oh gosh, that'll be one
that'll be
worth
tuning
tuning in.
Take that one. Adam, you're an absolute darling. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. Thank you for having me.
It's been a wonderful,
thank
wonderful
you everybody at
couple
home.
of hours. And when are you back?
I'm booked in for the 15th of August, which I think is a Tuesday. So yeah, next month, right in the middle.
Fabulous. Until then, lots of love to you and to little Stanley as well.
Bless you, thank
Give
you.
him a squidge from me.
Oh yeah.
And we will see you very shortly in August.
You will indeed. Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to go for a break now. When we come back, we're going to have our final hour, which is all about sewing machines. So I'll see you after this.
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders. I mean, from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations.
Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
Hello, my name's Rebecca Harrison. My background is in theatre costume, so I've made costumes for film, TV and theatre. I began to sew when I was at school, in primary school, and I also did a lot of sewing with my mum at home. One of the first things that I ever made was this little mouse, and I hand sewed her at primary school. I think I was 8 or 9 when I did her, and I treasure her. She's I just love her. Her stuffing's gone in her head, so she's a bit wobbly. My favourite things to sew are corsets, probably because of my period background, but I just love them. I've got one here. I love the structure of them, the shape the bones make. I just think they're beautiful, and the fact that through the ages they've changed to make women's shape different, and I find that really fascinating. My claim to fame is because I've obviously doing costumes for film and theatre, I've been lucky enough to meet a lot of famous people. So I've met people like Dame Judi Dench, Kate Winslet, Juliette Binoche, lots and lots of people, lots more than I haven't got time to say them all. But yeah, just and all around the building where I used to work in London, you'd see lots of people. Christopher Lee, Sir Richard Attenborough, just lots and lots of people. So it was really lovely. I feel very privileged to do what I do. I love my job, and I'm very lucky that I get to do it every day. And I really enjoy being on Sewing Street and demonstrating how to make things, and hopefully inspire you to get sewing.
Hi, Stuart Hillard here, and I'm super excited to launch my brand new fabric range this Friday here on Sewing Street. It's called Blue Skies and Nutmeg. So this brand new range features chickens and vintage florals, yarn-dyed plaids and checks, and also some gorgeous stripes. It's perfect for children's wear, for adult wear, dressmaking, home dec. Brilliant for making bags. I've got a few different examples here. And then of course, perfect for making a quilt or two for your home as well. Make sure you join me this Friday here on Sewing Street for the brand new launch of my brand new range, Blue Skies and Nutmeg.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
I love Adam Brooks. Can I just say, what a fabulous, fabulous guest he is. We've had such a great morning. We've had so many lovely comments as well from all of you guys about Adam. We just love him to bits. All right, stop pulling faces at me, Adam. Get out. Right, see you next time, love. All right, this hour is lovely. This hour, we're looking at sewing machines, and we've got some fantastic budget buys, and we've also got some amazing sewing machines if your budget is a little bit bigger. So let's start off with a fantastic budget machine from Elna. This one here is under £200. It's our most affordable sewing machine, and it's from that great name of Elna, so it's still a fantastic sewing machine. This is a mechanical sewing machine. We're used to computerized machines these days, aren't we? And I think often we forget that mechanical sewing machines actually have fantastic robust builds. They have fantastic motors on them and will go through thick layers with ease. They also have a lot fewer bits that can go wrong with them, so they're very reliable as well. And they are a great option, particularly if you're just starting your sewing journey. Now, let me tell you a little bit about the Elna 220. All right, so to start with, adjustable stitch length from 0 up to 4 mil. So you adjust that with a dial. We've got an adjustable stitch width between 0 and 5 mil. So that's pretty standard. The only difference is these are operated by dials rather than computerized buttons. You've got variable needle positions to the left, to the center. All of your stitches are conveniently displayed on the front of the machine, eye level, so they're easy to find. You can do circular sewing. You can use a twin needle for sewing. Adam was talking about using a twin needle to sew jersey and t-shirts. You've got strong needle penetration on all fabrics. This is what I was talking about, that strength of motor that means it will go through lots of layers, reliable. You've got an easy declutch for bobbin winding. I'll show you how you do that in a second. You can drop the feed dogs. You've got clip-on easy change presser feet. You've got that stitch dial for selecting different stitches. Retractable spool pins for when you're not using your machine. I'll tell you a funny story about those in a sec. Adjustable foot pressure, extra pressure foot lift for when you're working on thick layers. Built-in thread cutter, a sewing light, large sewing surface, a free arm. I mean, there's an awful lot to recommend this machine. So let me just show you a couple of bits and bobs here. So for example, here's our presser foot lever right here. So presser foot down, presser foot up. But if you're working on thick layers, push that lever higher and look, you've got masses more clearance for when you're working through thicker layers. You've got your free arm. So for when you're working on things like bag making, turning up trousers, dressmaking, you've got that free arm. You've also got your accessory box here in the front with all of your additional feet. I'll go through those in just 1 second. And then look here in the front. Let me just, excuse me 1 second. There we go. Tip the front down. You've got a front loading bobbin. Okay, so you've got your traditional metal bobbin case. Okay, I love that. And actually, Bernina sewing machines, which are still considered, I think, to be a bit of a Rolls-Royce machine, they're still front-loading bobbins. Yeah, so I mean, it's still, you know, it's still very, very well respected. They're also super easy to clean out as well. You just move these out of the way and the whole race will just drop out for cleaning. So they're very, very easy to maintain. Just wanted to show you here as well, to drop your feed dogs, you press this down and push it across, this little lever. The feed dogs drop away, and then if you pull it down and push it back up, whoops, there we go. I'm doing it all back to front, you see. When you take your first stitch, let me turn it around, sorry. There we go, feed dogs, pop back up again. Just wanted to make sure I was doing that right. So there we go. So you can drop your feed dogs for free motion quilting as well. So that's all fantastic. Oh, try doing that first, Stuart. Okay, right, in terms of the feet that we get included, let me empty this out. So obviously you get your standard presser foot on your machine. You're going to use that for the majority of your dressmaking, patchwork piecing, you know, straight stitching. You also get an adjustable blind hem foot. Now, I really, really like how this has been designed, because just have a little look at this. So you can see you've got a little guard here that you're going to put up against the edge of fabric. And on a blind hem, that's sort of almost like a little S-shaped bend in the fabric. Then you've got this little metal wheel here, and you're going to loosen or tighten this, and can you see that guard is opening out so you can get closer to or further away from that blind hem to get a sort of perfect blind hem. But you can also use this for top stitching, for in the ditch quilting, for top stitching as well, to get a really nice neat line. Again, by just adjusting that width and butting it up against the edge of your fabric, you can get a really neat finish. So these are super. Now you're also going to get an adjustable zipper foot. So look on this, so you've got a little screw at the back which loosen, and then you can move. So effectively what this does is it moves the foot nearer or further away from the teeth of a zip. So you can get a really, really neat finish on a zip with this, but you can also use this for things like inserting piping on cushions, things like that, soft furnishings, or also things like pom-pom trim, which you know I live for. Next up, the other foot that you've got is your buttonhole foot. Okay, so you get a buttonhole foot. Now on your 220, it is a 4-step buttonhole. So just have a little look at the front and let me explain what I mean. So you can see here, right here. So what you're going to do when you come to sew buttonholes is you're going to mark your buttonhole, the length, the width, and then you're going to sew each of the 4 parts of a buttonhole, the bottom, the side, the top, and the other side in 4 separate stages. Okay, it's how all buttonholes were once when buttonholes were first put on sewing to machines. Now, quite often we have a automatic one-step buttonhole, so it will sew all 4 sides in 1 step. So, you know, that is one slight compromise on this machine. However, it's how we used to make all buttonholes back in the day, so it's not a difficult job to do. So that's your machine. Now, in terms of your stitches, can we just show you the stitches? They're all displayed on the front. You've got 16 stitches. You've got a straight stitch, you've got a zigzag, you've got a 3-step zigzag, that's perfect for zigzagging stretch fabrics. You've got a stretch blind hem, so if you're blind hemming on stretch fabric, perfect. You've got a shell tuck stitch. You've got things like your overedge stitches as well. Rick-rack, you've got a triple straight stitch. Smocking as well. So loads of different stitches to play with. A fantastic machine actually for £200, £199. Absolutely fab. The price was due to go up in July. It hasn't yet, but I think any day now. Any day now. We've pointed it out. Oh, quick funny story about the little spool pins at the back. So you see you've got these spool pins. They are retractable. So they pop up and so they pop up and pop down. So I do remember being in a class, teaching a class, and I did notice as this lady was sewing, her reel of thread was like, it was like a tornado. It was twisting around like a tornado, girl. It was all over the place. And I said, it always does that. She said, I've only got really, really small spool pins on my machine. Took the spool pin off and showed me the evidence. You know, I was like, So I don't know if they're, I don't know. And I wasn't certain, but she was like, oh, fantastic. So, I mean, you know, everyone got their money's worth that day because, you know, these things, it's in the manual, but who reads the manual, huh? And if, you know, you wouldn't know unless you read it or somebody sort of pointed it out. Anyway, I thought it was quite sweet. Leave that one with you. Now I've also got the 450 from Elna. Now this is the 450 Experience. This is a computerized sewing machine, but also still really keenly priced. Look at the price, £339. So for an extra £140, let me show you just how much extra you're getting on this machine. So first of all, computerized, which means things like your stitch length and width are, you know, buttons to adjust. You're pressing buttons, they're computerized. You've also got a lot more stitches on this machine. Now I think there's 30 stitches if I'm right. Yep, 30 stitches, and I don't know if you can get a close-up of that front panel just so you can see at home all those different stitches that you're getting. So you're getting all those utility stitches that are so important. Straight stitches, lightning stitch for stretch sewing, zigzags, overcasting stitches. You're also getting it's a little blanket stitch. I'm going to have to turn it around. Yep, you're getting a little blanket stitch as well. You get automatic one-step buttonhole this time. You're getting one-step buttonhole. So if that concerns you about the 220, for an extra £140, you can have automatic one-step buttonhole. Now you're also getting split pays, £67.80. That's 5 split pays on this machine, which really is to encourage more people to be able to get an Elna home and to start sewing, to start dressmaking, quilting, home decor sewing. Now there's that automatic one-step buttonhole foot. So you've got that included on your machine. You've also got an open-toed embroidery foot. So these are snap-on feet. So you're going to use this for things like your satin stitches and your blanket stitch for blanket stitch applique. You do get a lot more with this machine, to be fair. You're also getting a more sort of recognisable zipper foot there. Yeah, snap-on zipper foot. You also, of course, do get your regular stitching foot on this machine, and now correct me if I'm wrong, but you do get a blind hem foot on this machine, don't you? We've got everything on here. Let's just have a quick look at the accessories. I just want to check. Has that got the feet? Zipper foot, satin stitch, sliding buttonhole. Oh, okay. No, you don't. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. Fab. Just a great machine though. A great machine. Soft cover as well with this. And this you can sew without a foot pedal. So you get a foot pedal included, but if you have a look at the front, so with a mechanical machine, it's always going to be foot pedal control only. But with a computerized machine, can you see along the front, you've got that start-stop button. That means you can use it without a foot pedal. You've also got your locking stitch, you've got reverse sewing, you've got needle down, needle up. So these are refinements that you only get on computerized sewing machines. You can do reverse sewing on your 220. You use the button here at the front. So you hold this button down and you can reverse sew. So you saw Adam reversing and reinforcing at the start and finish of seams. You can still do that on the 220, but it's more of a manual thing that you're doing. But if being able to sew without a foot pedal is important, being able to do automatic needle up, needle down is important, go with a computerized sewing machine. All right, so that's the 450. Now, on the website, we've also got the 570 from Elna, which is another big step up from the 450. Lots more stitches, lots more functionality. Then we've got the 580 plus, a step up from the 570. And then we go to the machine I use at home, which is the 680. We're going to have a look at that next, so come with me. So here is the machine I've got at home. This is the 680 plus. I'd like to call this our flagship machine. It's certainly my favourite of the Elnas for sheer amazing blow your socks off functionality. The foot package that you get with it, I think, is unparalleled for the price in particular. The size of the throat space as well, just the ease of use too. It's a machine I feel like I could sit almost anybody behind, from beginner through to advanced, and everybody would just fly. with the 680 plus. So I'm a huge fan. I know John Scott's got the 680 plus as well, and he loves it too. Yeah, big fan of this. Let me show you what you get. So you're getting 170 stitches built in, including every utility stitch you could imagine, a whole ton of different buttonholes for different applications, 10 of them in fact. You've got alphabets in different styles. You've got monogramming function at 9mm. You've got a large sewing space, 120 millimetres by 210 millimetres. 1,000 stitches per minute maximum sewing speed, fully speed adjustable as well, both with foot pedal and with a speed slider. You've got your free arm, you've got an extension table, you've got a massive accessory box on the front, and also actually storage on the top of your machine for feet. Snap-on feet in the main. You also get your presser foot pressure adjustment. You've got a programmable thread cutter. You've got bobbins, you've got upper thread sensors, you've got an extra wide table. Now feet-wise, I think it's unparalleled. I really do. It's amazing. So you get your standard foot. Most of your sewing, you're going to use that. Rolled hem, zipper, satin stitch, an open-toed satin stitch foot, a blind hem, an overlocking foot, a 1/4 inch foot for patchwork. Now you get a darning foot, that's your free motion quilting foot, but you also get a second convertible free motion foot, and this has 3 different heads or shoes, if you like, that fit on. A closed toe foot, an open toed foot, and a clear view. That almost looks like a little clear saucer that sits on the bottom. That's my favourite. You get an even feed foot. What's that in normal language? A walking foot. You get that included for £1,249. You really don't need to buy anything else. You might want an invisible zipper foot. We've got that on the show today. A button sewing foot. Obviously, you've got your automatic buttonhole foot for doing your one-step automatic buttonholes, quilting bar guides, and more and more and more. Just fabulous. Have a look up here. So in the top, you've got all of your 170 stitches, all displayed on the top. Okay, let me just tilt this machine forward a little bit so you can see. So you've got all of your stitches, and they're all in different modes. Think of these like chapters in a book. So when you come to choose your stitches, you pick the mode first of all, so that might be the chapter, and then these are the verses, you know, something like that. So it's just a storage system. So you go to mode 2 and stitch 49 and you'll get that stitch. You go to mode 3 and pick stitch 49. It's a different stitch altogether. That's how they're stored, works so easily. You've also along the front here got, now these are your little drawers. We've taken them out, but this is where most of your utility feet are going to live. So things like your zipper foot, your open-toed embroidery foot, things like that are all going to sit in here, so they're quick and easy to get to. The rest of the feet are going to sit in here at the front of your machine in your accessory box. So you've got feet along the top, and also underneath you'll have feet in there as well. Now you'll also notice you've got a straight stitch needle plate in there, and let me just show you how easy it is to change that needle plate. Okay, so here on the machine, first of all, make sure you press the foot in the up position, so lift it up if it isn't already. Do you see this grooved button here? You're going to push down on that. So let me move my arm out the way. There we go. And that pops the stitch plate out of the way. Now you might want to just lift your presser foot out of the way just that little bit more. It's so difficult sometimes doing this from the back. Okay, you're so used to doing things one way. So that comes out. Now let me just show you here on the plate. Can you see there are 2 little sort of almost like hooks. These bits, so you get these on all of your stitch plates. So these are the bits that go in first. Now while we're here, can you see there's a little bullseye right here? That's the bit you're going to press on to install the plate. So I'm just pointing it out now. So what you'll do again, lift your presser foot up, put that needle plate back under and tuck those two little teeth. Did you see I just pushed them in? Okay, so they just tuck in. There we go. And then the only bit you press on is that bullseye. Don't press back here or at the front because there's little bits of metal in there that you don't want to distort. Just push down and that's it. It's installed. So it's literally click on the button to pop it, lift your presser foot and take it out. Get your second one, and this is also the process you'll go through when you're cleaning the machine as well. It's super simple to do. Don't be afraid of doing these things because we can avoid doing these little jobs, and actually once you do them, they're super simple. Super simple. Now also with your 680 plus, you get a knee lift. So do you see down the front, you've got this little hole here. So your knee lift is going to be inserted in there. Now I can never really show you this. What we need to do, guys, is to do like a little video or a little couple of pictures of it on a normal table with somebody sitting behind it so you can see how it actually works. But essentially, you've got a metal bar that comes out of the front of the machine. Angel, thank you. Brilliant. Thanks. So this little part goes into that hole. And then this part will stick out from the table, and then this part hangs under your table. And of course you wouldn't see anything if I did this here, but your thigh rests against this bar here, and what you do is you push with your knee or your thigh against that bar, and this works a little mechanism here. This is screwed into the, or pushed into the front of your sewing machine, and what it does is it controls the presser foot with your knee. So your presser foot, when you push it away, your knee away, the presser foot lifts, and when you bring your knee back towards your midline, back together again, it lowers the presser foot. Now, I'll give you an easy case in point. I was doing some machine applique at home the other day, and I was appliquing around a flower, 6-petal flower. And to begin with, I was too lazy to go upstairs and get the knee lift. So you can imagine every 2 stitches I was having to lift and lower the presser foot with my hand, adjust my fabric, press the foot down, and then sew 2 more stitches and do it all again. After I'd got halfway through one flower, I thought, don't be lazy, go upstairs, get your knee lift. Got the knee lift, and of course then I whizzed around all of the flowers because your hands stay on top of your fabric the whole time. You're lifting, adjusting, lowering your presser foot. I'm doing it with my knee. A talk, and then you carry on sewing. It's a game changer for free motion quilting, walking foot quilting as well, being able to lift and lower that presser foot. And of course, even with the walking foot installed, you're lifting and lowering your walking foot with your knee. And for my main machine, personally speaking now, I would not buy my main machine without a knee lift. Because, you know, like Adam, I sew every day. It's really important, and I like to be as efficient and I like the process to be as refined as I can. So for me, I wouldn't buy a main machine without a knee lift. Now, that's not to say I've always had one, because I haven't. Now, with your knee lifter, you can get full motion in your presser foot. So do you remember I showed you earlier on, manually you can lower the presser foot, you can lift it, and then like hands off, this is the normal lift. If you go back to that presser foot lever, you can push it higher, but if you take your hand away, it will lower again. So it's only lifted with your hand there. Now, with your knee lifter, you can lift that presser foot to its highest position, and so long as your knee is still pushing away, that presser foot will stay lifted. The whole thing is manual, so rather than being up or down, it's actually, you can hover the presser foot with your knee, and as soon as you let the knee go back inwards, the presser foot will go back down. They're brilliant. They're absolutely brilliant. Now you get a massive extension table with your 680 plus. You get your cover as well, and proper big throat space here. Let me just tell you in inches. Between the back of your machine here and your needle, it's about 8¼ inches. In centimetres, 21 centimetres. Really good throat space. Amazing reviews, absolutely amazing reviews. Let's put a few in, shall we? This is from FIFO. Does everything I hoped for. I'm delighted with this machine. That was Elaine in Yorkshire. Well done, Elaine. Another one. This is Margaret. Brilliant machine. Appears to be worth every penny and still finding my way around it. I think that's a good point, Margaret. Anyone can jump on the 680 plus and use it. But to get the most out of it, use your manual. Pauline says, wow, it's an awesome machine. I love it. And all the features, it's so much quieter and sturdier than my other machine. Brilliant review. I love that. Fabulous. There's so many great reviews. There really are. A lot more features than my little Janome. So looking forward to trying out all the functions. My first project is already underway. That's from Mrs. Another one, scared to use at first, but fantastic machine and easy to use. That's Crafter in Greater Manchester. It is very, very easy to use. It's very user-friendly. You've got your touch screen. You've got a stylus as well if you want to use that rather than your fingers, but it's very easy. It has everything I needed on a new machine. I did a lot of research beforehand. That's Wendy in Lincolnshire. And that's the thing, I think. When you know what you want out of a sewing machine, it's actually quite easy, excuse me, to find the perfect sewing machine when you know what you want. If you don't know what you want from a sewing machine, this is brilliant because it does everything. You've got your walking foot included, your darning foot, all of your speciality feet, really. You could be a complete beginner. You could be an advanced sewer. I would consider myself, an intermediate to advanced sewer. I can get everything I need out of this, but equally, a complete beginner could go on this machine and they would be able to get a huge amount out of it. And also as well, just great quality sewing out of it. It does make all of us look a little better than we are. So yeah, from hobbyist to professional, it's going to grow with you. I've written a couple of books using it, and and actually my latest book, vast majority of the projects I made on my 680. So again, just a great all-rounder. It's fabulous. Now, I was going to say something about the Elna 680 Plus, and it's gone right out of my head. The price point, that's exactly what I was going to say. So when I got my Elna 680, not the Plus, but the Elna 680, which was 8 years ago, was £1,100. £1,100 8 years ago, 9 years ago nearly. It's £1,249 now. There's nothing I can think of in my life. Nothing which has maintained its price basically, or gone up a fraction like that in 8-9 years. Nothing. Not fuel for my car, not my council tax, not the price of a loaf of bread, nothing. So relatively speaking, this is still an incredible value machine. And I've had my Elna 680 serviced once in 9 years, which is an awful admission, but it hasn't needed it. Nothing's gone wrong. Nothing's gone wrong with it, and I have hammered it. I think it's fair to say. I do. It's sort of constantly in and out the back of my car. I bring it to hotel rooms, workshops and classes, in and out of the house, all over the place. I've made hundreds of projects on it, and I've been thrilled with every single one of them. From bags, dressmaking, quilts, home decor, The only time, I'm going to tell you the story because it's an important one, the only time it ever stopped working, and I was sewing, and I was just getting lots of little tiny stitches. The fabric just wasn't feeding very well at all, and I thought, well, Stuart, you've had a good run. You've had, nearly 9 years out of this machine. You've had a good run. Thousands and thousands of hours. I dread to think how many hours, hundreds of thousands probably. I think you've had a good run. I didn't think get it serviced. I thought, I've basically, killed my machine. So I'll just buy a new one. And then I thought, well, actually, I do need to just finish this sewing. Let me see if I can try and get it to work, but I'll definitely replace it. And to my shame, I thought, well, I'll start by cleaning it. Okay, so I did that process that I showed you, okay? So I popped the needle plate, and straight away I saw what my problem was, okay? So the whole of the feed dogs it was like a piece of thick felt or a piece of wool was stuffed inside. They were solid, and I mean solid, with compacted fluff that had formed a block of felt in the machine. And the reason why it wasn't feeding the fabric and the teeth weren't going backwards and forwards was because it was absolutely stuffed full of felt. Literally, I got a brush, whisked it out, put everything back together, and it was so satisfying. It was amazing. But then put my fabric under. There you go. There you go. Can you tell me how much the Elna 680 weighs? Debbie from Fareham, it is 10 kilograms. Now, I don't work out. I know, who knew? But, so it is a solid machine. It is a good weight. It is very stable on your table, Debbie. It is not going to rattle around. However, it is a portable machine. You can get it in and out of the car or from room to room. It's not so heavy, so robust that you think, wow, that's on my table in my sewing room and it's never moving. So it's a great machine, Debbie. You won't regret it. You won't regret it. I'm going to pop this needle plate back in place. There we go. Easy. Right. You see, and cleaning out's that easy as well. Now, I just want to mention here, we've got the 720. Oh, beg your pardon, 780. The 780 plus. So this is the machine that Delphine's got. This is the machine also that Bex Reader's got. Am I right? Is this the 7? This is the 720. Sorry, we'll show you that in a second. We'll grab that in a sec. That's it. Lovely, thank you. Okay, so this is not the machine that Bex and have got. This is fab though. This is the... That's not the 780, that's the 580. We'll get there, we'll get there. Let me tell you something about the 780. Look at that throat space. Charlie, would you be a darling and just go back one picture, please? Because you can really see the throat space. That is massive. Thank you, Kat. Awesome. Look at this. Look at this. Now, I know I'm a massive fan of the 680 and nothing's changed. Nothing's changed, okay? But look. Look at the difference. So if throat space is like really high on your list of priorities for a machine, seriously consider the 780. This is about 8.5 inches throat space. This one, I think if I remember rightly, is near on 11 inches. But yeah, it is. It's more. It's about 11.25 inches of throat space. Which if you think about, now a lot of us are quilting quilts with this throat space. A lot of us have domestic sewing machines with this sort of throat space. Size-wise, we're talking about 6.5 inches of throat space. So wall hangings, small quilts, scrunched up, rolled up, yeah, you can. Your 680 plus is an absolute game changer compared with your regular domestic sewing machine. This is definitely getting there with 8.5 inches of throat space. But, mind-blowing, this would be considered a long arm sewing machine. Okay, a long arm sewing machine, because it has that extra depth. We call this the harp, and this is an extra deep harp. So you've got massive amounts of throat space. Really, really incredible space. It's almost like a flatbed machine, although you do have the free arm as well. So it's kind of the best of both worlds. Now, obviously, it is a jump in price. It's £2,789, but what a machine. What a machine. You've got 350 stitches, you've got 11 buttonholes, 2 alphabets, 1,060 stitches per minute, a 9mm maximum sewing width. You've got full colour, high definition LCD screen, touch screen, automatic presser foot lift, so your presser foot will automatically lift and lower as you start and stop sewing. Easy foot pressure adjustment. You've got LEDs in 4 areas, including this extra pull-out light here. Yeah, it's for task lighting. But where I think this really blows my mind, actually, is with the needle plates. Now, this is the one that has the box, isn't it, of accessories. Have you got all the feet and things on a slide? I don't want to go through everything. Here we go, fantastic, thank you. Look, the bit I really want to emphasise about this is the HP plate. So this is second column, second thing down, the professional grade needle plate, the HP, professional grade needle plate. You've also got professional grade walking foot and 1/4 inch foot, which the 1/4 inch foot, the professional grade 1/4 inch foot, is actually attached to an even feed system. So effectively, this is the holy grail of presser feet. This is the 1/4 inch walking foot, which I've wanted forever in a sewing machine. You know those tricky fabrics that you often we say, well, like if you're working with flannel or brushed cotton or something, use a walking foot. But on a walking foot, you can't actually get a 1/4 inch seam allowance. It's always bigger than a 1/4 inch. If you want to outline quilt and you want it a 1/4 inch from your seam, you can guesstimate with a walking foot, but you can't actually get it exactly on a 1/4 inch. On this you can, because your 1/4 inch professional grade foot, which you use with the professional grade plate, will give you a level of stitching like you've never seen before. They're absolutely game changing. So there are huge differences between the 780 and the 680, and there is a difference in price. But if you want professional grade sewing, if you want the luxury of integrated feed, an integrated walking foot, integrated professional 1/4 inch foot, extra task lighting, the biggest long arm sewing space on a domestic sewing machine, 11 inches, this is the machine for you. It's absolutely mind-boggling. Thank you. Thank you. This is, let me show you, I'll show you a couple of those feet actually while I'm here. So this is that professional grade 1/4 inch foot. So you saw earlier on when Adam was working on the Juki UX8. Now I think the UX8 is about £4,000 machine. That has one of these on it. This professional grade metal professional feet, 1/4 inch feet. And you also see, if you ever watch people working on like commercial sewing machines, they have this foot on them. It's quite narrow foot. Bag making, dressmaking, amazing. But look, it's integrated. It's a walking foot, but it's a 1/4 inch. Just amazing stuff. Really cool. Really cool stuff. You also, of course, get your darning foot included. You're not buying extras for this machine. It's all included. You get your convertible walking foot as well included. It's amazing. It's absolutely brilliant. You also actually, with this one, you get a ruler foot. Yeah. So the ruler foot has this extra deep shoe. Yeah. So you can't use a regular darning foot like this with things like Pars rulers or Westerly rulers, okay, quilting rulers, because if you tried to do that, you would get up to the edge of the ruler and you'd just slip and you'd go straight over the top of the ruler, crunch your needle and probably break the timing on your machine. So you've got to have this extra deep foot, which is more than 1/8 of an inch deep, so that when it gets to the edge of the ruler, it cannot physically hop over the ruler. So you're always on the edge of the ruler. Okay. Normally you have to buy these. This is included with your 780 Plus. It's just so much in one machine. I think what they've done with it really is said, look, this is everything you'll ever want in a machine and more. This is going to grow with you forever and ever. So, although it is absolutely one of our favourite phrases, a considered purchase, aren't they all these days? Everything I buy is a considered purchase. But, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But, you do want to do your research. You do want to make sure that this machine does everything that you want it to do. Remember, you've always got the option of getting this machine home and trying it. If it's not for you, you can return it. But with 30-day money-back guarantee. But I know, particularly if you've done your research and you know what you want from a machine, this will not disappoint you. It will not disappoint you. Now, feet. Yes, the feet. Can we do the zipper foot, please? I mentioned this earlier on. Invisible zipper feet. We've got a few feet actually for this show. We'll put the details on the screen. Now, the only thing you need to know about your machine, these are all Elna and Janome feet. So if you've got Elna or Janome, then these are the feet. I think this is a universal, right? This one. So normally with your feet, unless it's something like a foot with a shank on it, like a darning foot, you need to know whether you're low shank or high shank. But anyway, so this is the Janome concealed zipper foot, category BC. So that is low shank, short shank. Am I right? Short shank, yeah, thank you, short shank. This is your invisible zipper foot. Let me just show you. I've only got 6 of these left because they've been selling like hotcakes. But this, can you see the construction of it? So you see this little bit, this is going to allow you to literally get right up to the teeth on an invisible zip. So invisible dress zips, which just look amazing when well, you can't see them at all. That's the point. They don't look amazing. They don't look amazing. You can't see them, but you really need an invisible zipper foot. That's the only thing. That's the only thing that you might, I think, that you might want to get as an extra. Really, most of us might want, if we're into dressmaking, might want an invisible zipper. You never get that included with a machine. I haven't seen a single machine that has one of those. Now. 1/4 inch ruler foot. So this is again from Janome. This is low shank. This is the kind of thing that you might buy for your 680 plus, or for your, you know, any Janome that isn't the 780, basically, because that comes with a ruler foot. But if you want to use something like Westerly rulers or Pars rulers, you will need a ruler foot. And this is the one. This is the one. It's £49. And again, that's for category BC machines, low shank. Okay. Next up, let's get the Clearview. The Clearview. This is the Clearview quilting foot and guide set. Now this one is, well, that's the 9mm, I think, isn't it? The category D. Yeah, yeah. So we'll put that first. So that's for up to 9mm width. So if you've got, like, for example, your 780 plus, I think the 680 plus goes up to a 9mm as well. So this has got guides on it. So you use this for things like perfect 1/4 inch seam allowance, but you're also going to use this for stitching in the ditch, quilting, because those little seam guides actually fit into the ditch, into the seam line, so that you can get like perfect in the ditch quilting. And you can also use these when you want to do 1/8 of an inch seam allowance as well. So that real tiny, delicate seam allowance. So that's your category D. And then we've got category BC. The majority of sewing machines, this is going to fit. Same thing, 1/4 inch, single figures of this one left, ditch quilting, 1/8 of an inch seams. This is the foot, £19. I think when you might want to add, almost to any machine, 1 or 2 extra feet. They are a little bit of an investment, but they're worth having. If you do a lot of dressmaking, say, and a lot of invisible zip, it's really worth having that foot. But I think it also puts into context the incredible value when we say this comes with all these feet. When you start totting up 15, 19, 49 pounds, you know, I start adding those up, you realise how much of the value of your machine is in these feet, or almost how much you're getting and not really paying for. It's fab. Right. The piping foot sold out. Well done if you got that. The blind stitch foot. Now this is for overlock machines. Blind stitch foot for overlock machines. So, oh, okay. So this is going to go on an overlocker. And the task of making a blind hem for pants, skirts, or other items, I think when you say pants, I think it means trousers. Thank you. Pants, dress pants, is made much easier with this foot. It secures raw edges and creates a hem in one operation, ensuring a speedy finish to the job. Okay. There we go. Oh, quick question about the 780. Bring it on. Yes, please. Great show as always, Stuart. On the 780 Plus, which plate mode and stitch would you suggest for piecing quilts and strip piecing? That's from Iona in Ceredigion. That is a brilliant question, Iona. And on the 780 Plus, I would recommend that you put the HP professional plate on and the professional 1/4 inch foot, because you will get a beautiful, precise 1/4 inch seam allowance. You will get speedy, perfect straight sewing, just glorious, glorious. Well done everyone who's come in for their 780 Plus. It's our bestseller of the day, actually. Thrilled to bits with that, because I know that you're all going to have the most amazing experience. All Elna machines are gorgeous. They're all a great experience, but creme de la creme. Well done, well done. Let's have a look at the menu for tomorrow. It kicks off at 8 AM with threads and stash builders. I love a stash builder. At 9 o'clock, Helen Rhiannon is here with her brand new book, Dressmaking, the Easy Guide. It's back in stock. It did sell out on its launch, but it's back in stock. If you missed out or you've heard the buzz, then tune in tomorrow at 9. Some great demos and conversation with Helen at 9 o'clock. Now at 10 o'clock, we've got fabulous fabrics. I've already seen them, and they are some beautiful tapestries in that hour. Love our tapestries. At 11 o'clock, Amber makes the Store It tote bag with Helen Rhiannon, and then at 12 o'clock, one of my favourites, bag making kits and supplies. Do not miss tomorrow. Do not miss tomorrow. I will also give you another little sneak peek of some of the projects using my brand new fabric range, Blue Skies and Nutmeg, which launches on Friday here on Sewing Street at 9 o'clock. Instantly, just quickly point out, this is not a fault. I know I keep opening this. This easy access to your Elna 680 Plus is one of my favourite things. I always forget to mention. It's one of my favourite things. If you ever get a bit of thread caught up, no screwdriver required. You can just go straight in, take the threads out. It's a lovely extra little feature. Anyway, thanks for your company today. Thank you to all the crew as well, as always, for being wonderful and supportive, and our wonderful Adam Brooks as well, of course, who's just super duper. I will see you tomorrow morning bright and early. Make sure you get a good night's sleep, and I will see you then.